All right, welcome for joining us. Thanks so much. Really appreciate it for the faded.
Woo!
Session 39.
Yeah,
One more to the big 4-0.
that's a lot.
One more to the big 4-0.
God damn
Oh
it.
my gosh.
Sorry,
All
I
right.
dropped something.
No, it's okay. Peyton, are you going to be that far over on your camera?
I can
Just
move the
just say
camera,
yes
hold
or
on.
no. Just say or no. It's yes or no because I can move you in frame.
No, this is fun.
Oh, okay. It's funny because you're like when I got the stream live, your face was like just off. The thing.
I can
Big chillin'.
Big
Chilling,
chillin',
waiting
baby.
for some
Big
violence.
chillin'.
Big
All the way back. I love it. Okay, so for session 38, we had met some people at the bazaar because we were trying to do some trading, crossbow bolts, that sort of thing, arrows. We actually spoke with House representatives, House Coolrez, outside their compound as they're taking open signups for the next competition to be had on the 28th of Aerith. Then we actually went into the city and it found that there were these signposts hanging from a variety of different objects in different ways and things that noted Baruga's many things, right? And they had these little like slogan type things on them. And what's strange is that they weren't there before because this is the same main road that you all traverse. It's this massive road that goes through. And then there's the same thing with some of the things through the lower dock to that road, right? You're still using those main throwaways. And so surprises you that you didn't catch wind of that because that seems like, oh, okay. And then you show up, and then all of a sudden, right, it's like this metallic building with like, glass type casings and steam pouring from the underbelly of some of the grates and things around the foundation of the building and stuff. And it just really was odd. Like it just stood out amongst the rest. And so, how the hell does it everybody know about this place? And then there was people walking across moving across the street, and they thought it wasn't even what they saw. It was like some regular shop. So there was a lot of magic things happening. And then we met Bruga, and then it explained a whole lot. So Bruga did a few things for you in terms of items. And then they also kind of made an arrangement or a deal with you all in terms of giving you gold in a chest of holding to put towards yourselves and then try to make kind of a 250K type land of profit here. You're looking for a large amount of gold payout. And Bruga is just wanting like some of the winnings and stuff, almost like sponsoring you all, which is not different than like the noble houses here or other affiliates of companies do for the gladiators. This is not any different. They sponsor them, they work off wages and bets and things and trying to get more coins than just the grand prize, right? There was also information Bruga had shared, some information that was there, but they were a person that would not share that information unless you were wanting to ask. Okay, so it's not a character that's just going to start throwing stuff at you because they are at a level, it seemed, of wizardry and as well as collection and stuff that kind of surpassed the city that they even are in. So they're at like this level of like, they talked about right? So they're at this level that would put in power comparison to what Damodar and other affiliates in terms of that. So like this character is just kind of, I'm living my life. I like to collect magical items. I like to make magical items. I like gold, right? And they're really just enjoying their life. And how old they are, who knows? Now we had a kiss that occurred. We had some other things that occurred with Bruga. So Bruga is definitely a nice character and seems also to be friendly in a lot of different ways.
She's
Very
very
friendly.
nice.
Very nice, very friendly.
She also
so-
loves to eat fruit roll-ups.
Yes,
That's what you think.
loves
Blue
fruit
for
roll-ups.
roll-ups, yes.
Okay. Now the Master Smith, Master Greg Torvin, 60K for the in terms of making Beskar armor, right? For and then needs to do forge, wants to perfect the craft, that sort of thing. Now Thanos free to work in the forge. And then we had a mention of a tailor, right? Who would I go to as terms of a tailor? And that was referred to as a traveling tailor that makes kind of regal garments for Talthar and associated nobility. And they work in Beelder, which is pretty crazy. I mean, to have that level of status, because you actually have to have a work permit or you have to be a noble, right? So you have, in terms of getting into that city, you have to have some grounds legally to be able to do that. So we didn't get a name for that character, right? Just kind of say, just let me know if you want me to hook you up, that sort of thing. So, and I don't think we actually said to hook up yet with that, or just a mention. So those are the highlights of the recap. We'll go to anything else more specific. In terms of where you all are at, it's really leaving the blacksmith at this point, and then filtering to where you all want to go next. Now, I did mention downtime, and if this is something the group would like to do, because we have a decent amount of time before we get to the 28th of Aerith. This is, I mean, we're only on the 23rd today, so you have 5 days worth of time, technically 4 in an afternoon, to, fast track and do things. We don't need to role play through them. If the Colosseum is really what we're after, we want to get to that. So, what do you all want to do?
I mean, yeah, I could definitely fast track stuff if that's.
I do. Maldor would like Varys to go to the library with him at some point. We could technically do that after the Colosseum,
Mm-hmm.
depending on what Varys wants to do.
Well, you could do the call. I mean, you can do the library in the time before the Colosseum. I think that it comes down to what people want to accomplish, right? People want to just relax at a tavern, get food and drink. They want to see some performances in theaters that are here, like the traveling puppeteer performers and things in the courtyards. Want to go do some window shopping in the merchant's quarter. They want to pick out some exotic fruits in the bazaar. Just chill, right? You can actively work on proficiency towards like a skill or a language, right? You can do that, right? Because that downtime activity wise, that's just kind of taking a little bit of time, right? So 4 days worth, and you're just kind of passively doing it. Whereas like with craft, right? Crafting and things, if you're working at a shop, you want to get more craft checks. It's 2 hours for every craft. Then you get a certain amount of gold from it for your service, because you're kind of selling your stuff back and working through that. You also hire a shop out to do your crafting checks to help you get advancement and then do something else. So there's sky's the limit. I think if you're going to do the library, that'd be something that we could probably role play a little bit through, just to kind of set what it looks like and who's actually working in there, and then from there, just picking out what information you want.
Do you want to do it after the Colosseum so we can kind of fast track to the Colosseum and then do that, and then we can do the library after?
We can knock it out. I imagine it won't take very long. So.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what you want to look up, so we can do that.
You stumble upon a grand conspiracy that sidetracks us from the Colosseum.
That's true. We probably should just sit in a dark room with the lights off.
And just hide so nobody can come after us.
Yeah.
That's entirely up to the DM. If that happens, we blame him.
True.
I can assure you that no sidetracking will happen at the library.
I don't believe you, honestly.
Also, there's an experiment that Varys was thinking of while because of the gifts and stuff. So he wants to. There's something I would want to role play with that. So, but it wouldn't take long. So I can go to the library though. We can do that if that won't take long.
You guys mind if Tegan tags along?
Sure.
Thanos lives at the blacksmith now. You guys can find him there until the Colosseum starts.
So Thanos is just at the blacksmith.
Yeah.
Went from the forest to the
makes
forge.
sense.
I'd probably try to see if I could trade my skills for a +1 breastplate, but that's about it. Other than that, I'd just be there to learn my craft, hone my craft.
You want to try to weasel a +1 breastplate?
Yeah, I mean, 4 days of work is Probably get pretty close.
You just want it for free? Is that what you're saying to me?
Yeah, just instead of
He
getting
wants to
paid,
work
just
for it.
yeah, I'll work for it for 4 days.
Work for it for 4 days, and they get a plus
That
one,
better
plus
be some amazing work.
one. Yeah.
I mean, to be fair,
gotta
he
be
probably can
legendary.
do some amazing work.
Have you seen what I make? All I do is amazing shit. We got dragon armor.
All I
we
do
got
is
dragon
win
wing.
and
right?
win.
That's just literally Thanos. Thanos is like, you
All
want
right.
something
I got the
exotic? I
best
got
shit,
you.
baby. The best shit.
Only make the best. But
Only the best.
yeah, so Thanos is going to be cooked up in the blacksmith. I think before that starts, Varys will approach him and he'll say, "So I have an idea. You know that gift you have."
Yeah, the one where I slow down time for.
Yes, of course. So what I was thinking, I would like to see how much you can get done if I speed you up and then you slow down time. So is there like a practice range we could go to real quick, or
I could just run around the block.
You just set up some cans.
Zubies, baby.
We go back to the halfling tent and just start shooting at this place.
I just robbed a halfling in the 6 seconds of this.
I don't even
Yeah,
need
that
these
was so
anymore,
true.
but fuck you especially.
but yeah, I basically what Varys is getting at, he wants to see how many attack actions you can take if I haste you and then you slow down time.
I actually did the math with this on work, and I'm pretty sure with haste it's 11.
I don't think it's a
Well, so that depends on how Michael rules Dreaded Ambusher. Because technically it is another turn that I get, so I don't know that I would get Dreaded Ambusher on that attack.
In theory, it's the same round, though.
That's kind of why I'm saying it's up to Michael how that would rule. But I would get the 2 regulars, a Dreaded Ambusher, a bonus action hand crossbow, and then your haste action. So that's 5, and then plus a whole nother turn.
So you're basically saying if I boost myself up to get all these extra things and then I use my ability to get an extra turn, would that count to the overall? Would that stack? Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So the answer to that question is partial no and yes. So the extra turn for the round is more towards the action and the movement and bonus. So it's in standard action economy, right?
Okay.
So if you have another spell effect that gives you twice as much movement, or it gives you an extra action to use, right? That in itself wouldn't actually stack with the gift, right? Because that's like another spell effect. There's another effect that's happening. In terms of the Dread Ambusher, that is a real thing. So the Dread Ambusher is part of you, and it's part of your actual action economy in standard without additional spell effects. So does that make sense? So
Yeah,
the
so-
hasted wouldn't count towards it.
yeah. That's what I was wondering.
So you wouldn't get the hasted action again, but you would still have double movement speed, which would still affect the movement you took in your bonus movement, right? Or are you saying it would just be normal
He
movement?
would get the hasted movement in the regular, but then when
Right.
he uses the gift, he would not.
So the action economy would simply be for the A and B for round 1. So A would simply be an action, then you'd have a Dread Ambusher, then you'd have your bonus, then you'd have your movement that's twice because of haste, then you have your hasted action. Right? So that's A. Then B is action, Dread Ambusher, bonus action, movement. But the movement would not be hasted, you don't have a haste action.
Okay.
Because that doesn't copy over for the spell effects, doesn't copy over to
Nope,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
That's the experiment Varys would want to run. I wanted to understand how it interacts with each other.
I think in order to discover that, he has to die because he tries to do too much and just like breaks the time continuum.
I mean, that's still 9 attacks in 1 turn. That's
Yeah, I mean it's still a lot. I was just curious how it would work.
9 attacks and 90 feet of movement.
Okay. Well, that was all I wanted to.
I love how you can just like dead ass take out a whole scouting party by yourself
Yeah.
in the dead of night.
Just fucking without them ever
What?
seeing me either. That
How
would be
many
the best
pixies? How many pixies he could kill in one turn?
How many pixies can you kill? in one
part. All
turn?
of the hail of
Lots.
thorns. There's like a fucking army of
Lots
pixies coming.
pixies.
That's what he's going to be doing at night. We won't even know. He comes back in the morning tired. Like, what's the matter with you? Oh, nothing. There's just like news reports of like mass genocide of pixies out in the forest.
That's it. That was
That's it.
yeah.
Okay. So after you've handled that and get that under control, noticing the experiment, right, falling prey to a level 1 of exhaustion, unfortunately for you, Thanos, or to see if your tests, your extrapolations here.
Okay, now go black.
You now go blacksmith. So I will state in lieu of the gold reward based on the skills of your level that I think it's most likely fine to get a breastplate with this one. That's what you want as your end game reward here.
Mhm.
Picking up some street cred probably with Master Torben as well. So
This guy's gonna love
I'm-
you.
I'm trying
Don't
to
we
like
still have to
weasel
find a
into
place
helping
to
him with the
stay?
best car.
We do have to find an inn to stay in.
We still have to go place our bet too. We're still carrying the money around. We
Mhm.
haven't made our bet yet.
We can do that while we go to the library.
Yes, we do that on the way to the library. Yeah.
okay.
I mean, we're at the blacksmith. The library is like right there.
Well,
Where's
we can go to the
the,
library on the way to make the bet. On one way or the other.
Yeah, you can do the library first probably at that point.
Okay.
It's no worries.
What are all the inns in our area? I guess.
I think Tegan's
Yeah.
staying at the Salty Brine is what I heard.
So
I
the
think they
salty
wanted to take
brine.
Thanos there.
So just FYI, Brendan, your mic's been hot micing pretty hard. Just forewarning. So the salty brine is like a half of a ship that's been turned into a smaller brothel, but it's not like that's not really what the service is in salty. It's like, salty brine is more of an escort service, so people will like go in there and like be like, hey, I'm in need of someone for the evening, and then they'll send somebody out to their establishment, their house, or their tavern they're staying at, or bar, right? So that kind of thing. There are two particular taverns that have rooms for rent. One of which is pretty far outside of it's kind of the edge of the city center, and is included within the merchant's quarter, and that is the Enticing Weasel. That's a very typical adventurer's tavern. It's extremely large. They have many rooms upstairs, 2 different styles. They have like an outdoor seating area, right? Kind of a large kind of corral, as well as a stables nearby. And that is placed perfectly because the road goes to the large and massive bridge that crosses over the Gorn River, right? So it's a nice place in terms of just settling down on the road and then moving on. And the prices are relatively inexpensive, so it's not horrible. There's people that camp in the River Delta, so there are people that said, "Hey, I don't want to spend money, so I'm going to camp in the River Delta," or they camp in the large wood across the bridge. That's just kind of, there's not another place perhaps to stay if you can't find a house or somebody for room and board, like a bed and breakfast or an Airbnb type style. You can just go across the bridge and find some space in the large wood or along the road in the River Delta, right? It's in the farmland. So the other place, which is the creme de la creme, is the Prim Iris. Prim Iris is an exquisite. They have suites, private suites. They have like one grand kind of suite, and it is essentially you pay, you get all inclusive. So your food and your drink is inclusive to the price. Your actual service is inclusive. So you have somebody that will help bathe you, don and off your armor, right? So these are all part of the bring breakfast to your bed type level stuff. They have kind of a pool or a little hot tub type area, right? It's attached to it. They have a stables as well next to it, and they can take your coach, right? Stable your horse for your stay. And again, it has that all-inclusive vibe, but you have to pay for it. So but
Yeah,
that is the
we're kind of trying to go all in on the arena, so we probably should stay in the cheaper place right now. Although Varys Wood doesn't really want to. He wants to stay, he's a luxury boy, but he understands. He's like, all this gold needs to go towards our arena. So, our arena bet. So that's good with all y'all.
I think just going with the run of the mill Adventurers Tavern would probably be a happy medium.
I'm gonna be hanging with my sailor boys the whole time, so I don't need a room until Golden Ann leaves.
you're gonna go back
Who
to the
cares
Black Rat and just
defecting?
hang out on the ship.
Yeah, I'm gonna hang out on the ship and then like try to continue learning from them and all that shit throughout the day. So that's what I'm gonna do.
Thanos will find a tree. to
There is a
sleep in.
bath at this inn, right? Because I think that's probably what's most important to Varys. Is that there's a bath.
There's a river.
No, he wants a bath.
Yes, there is a bath.
All right,
At
well then yeah, he's
both of the taverns.
You just might have to do it
that.
yourself at the cheaper one.
Yes, you just would
he
have to. You'd have to do it yourself, right?
He can bathe himself. He's just tired of being on the road with no real bath. So as long as there's a bath, he's like, all right, that's good.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Gotcha.
Ruga could help.
Brugal will give you a nice
I don't know.
bath.
I have
give
not
you that.
met Bruga, so I don't know who she is.
Well, you technically you were there, so
You were there. You just don't
You were
remember.
just
you were
zombified.
there. You were
Oh,
there.
All right.
You're so overwhelmed by all the magic stuff, you just didn't talk. Just-
Yeah, I was just like, oh. I cast Detect Magic and went blind.
you just couldn't see for an hour.
You couldn't see. Everything was glowing.
I give a refresh on my game here. Like that a little bit. So picking the enticing weasel is the choice here.
Mhm.
Okay. I won't role play that side of it, but I'll come to a description after we go through the library, then to House Fortune Favor, place bets, and then I'll kind of give a description of that place. I won't even activate the scene because it's not relevant, right? Just kind of move things further and such. Okay, so the library. So the Grand Library is primarily run by Felgim recruiters for the Isles like wizarding school prior to the Age of the Great Purge. This was something that was provided from Headmaster Porrig through some of their conversation and their information. So the rich texts and lore held within its vast bookshelves and vaults were unmatched on Arthuria. They take great, just like Bruga, in the way that they collect. These gnomes were very similar to that, and kind of collecting just information and things about magic, and kind of holding them in to this area. But that changed, right? Because we know the Age of the Great Purge happened. We saw what happened to the surrounding kind of city of Felgim. Tower still remained, but they still had loss of a lot of things. And so the Grand Library is the same exact way. So it no longer has some of these more precious volumes of books, magical texts. They have been moved over the last 200 plus years. So this 110-foot tall sandstone brick structure has 5 large octagonal skylights that are reinforced with metal. Ceilings held up by an elaborate design of metal rafters and support beams extending into the sandstone brick walls or the sandstone tiled floor. Wooden bookshelves anchored with metal supports align the rectangular structure. They are a variety of wood, many finished with a lighter stain. The shelves extend upwards of 15 feet before reaching a balcony that extends about 20 feet above them. Sliding wooden ladders and grooves and finishes like the shelves can be used to reach above to the higher volumes just underneath the balcony. At each interval of 15 feet, another balcony presents itself, and then another series of shelves. Okay. These balconies are made of planked wood with metal railings. Supports the brace ceiling extending down through the railings in the balconies. So there's actually kind of braces every so often that extend through all of them as they increment up each 15 feet. Spiraling metal staircases placed every 50 feet from the length of the building ascend through the balconies, and they just kind of continue to wrap all the way up. In total, given the size of the structure, there are 6 balconies, thus 105 feet of bookshelves. And that is just in the vertical scape. That's how just putting that in mind of how many books could possibly be here. It's absolutely insane. So upon the railings are metal signs signifying the volumes containing the bookshelves below that they occupy, right? So imagine on the railings of the balconies as you're coming in, you're looking left, you're looking right, you can see that the actual signpost is just kind of hanging there very neatly upon those railings. And they give note to what the bookshelves would maybe be in those categories underneath them. And then there's more labels on the shelves themselves, particularly on each division, where they're going into more subcategories, less broad. So say history, maybe this category would be like 1,000 years ago, or maybe it's Draconic history, so that kind of thing, okay? In a quick scan, many of these shelves are actually empty. So there isn't a lot of books here, as much as there could be, or perhaps that there used to be. It does still mean that there are books, but not as much as you expect to be in a grand library. The metal staircases not only ascend, but they descend on the ground floor and go through the sandstone tile. Underneath is a dungeon filled with metal vaults lined with sandstone corridors. And these vaults are more precious texts that are sealed off to protect against degradation. Some of the more advanced vaults have entry chambers before proceeding in to another door, and they have magical runes to kind of ventilate the air. So there's not air coming in, degrading the volumes inside. Also, the runes might be used for protection magic. Make sure that simple knock spells and the like can't just gain access to these places. Now, it remains to be seen if the vaults are even full, given the history of this place, but there could be some things that the Talthers have missed. In the library's center are podiums, statues, and plaques, giving thanks to the great many individuals that helped construct the Grand Library. These are noted as Felgim gnomes, researchers, as well as main company figureheads that help support and pay for this place. One of a couple of them you have seen. Farwater Company is one of these. Cedric Bay Company is another one. Then you have the Denkosh in here. And you have also the Council of Alathan. So there's these things kind of giving thanks and support to the structure and keeping it going. House Coolrez is in here as well. Has a whole plaque of the face, all that. This golden dragonborn, very elegant looking. And then we come to kind of this larger kind of pillar that sits kind of cylindrical as it extends, this just massive beam, really reinforcing the center point of the structure. And it's surrounded by a semicircular kind of desks. And then they have the kind of different representatives here wearing scholarly kind of clothes of very much greens and browns and slightly whites, different silks and cloths. And they're just working through some of the books that people are handing them. They're done using them, and they're kind of working through to clean them a little bit before they put them back onto the shelf. So they have like carts and stuff. Other books they're taking, looking through, and then they make way to the central beam that's there. And they actually grab little handles, little notches, and they begin to take like little doors, and they open them and they put them in. And little chutes begin to spiral down the books. So perhaps underneath the center point here, the ground floor, is another center point of the dungeon. And there's more representatives down there. Perhaps those books go to the vaults. People can take them and take them up here and use them. Then you have tables, right? So circular, squared off tables. Some of them are weathered, some of them are new. Chairs are lingering. Lots of them are quite plush, others are not. And that forms a little bit of a haphazard scattering to this place. The volume is quite quiet. People are just in there, candlelit or torches, candlelit or lanterns. They have their ales, they have their food products and things. Some of them are kind of maybe from the Council of Lathan using this place, performing a variety of lecture, a variety of other things. And so you're just kind of inside of that space. So we don't need to role play anything else. Just wanted to give you kind of a description of how large this place is, because this is a little bit of a superstructure in terms of the city. And it does stand out, and it has a very elaborate design to it.
Maldor, what are you looking for?
I was hoping you could help me research the histories of the gods, most specifically any instances where someone waged war against them or managed to kill one of them, or perhaps even found a way to ascend the godhood themselves.
If they'll have that, seeing how it seems a lot of this place has been stripped clean. But
That happens when the ruling faction is afraid of fools.
yeah. Tegan, what are you looking for?
What does that drumming sound?
It's not looking for anything.
It's already
Tegan,
wandered
go.
off.
Oh, Tegan, go.
Poof. Too many books.
All right, let me think about how to ask this to a researcher. Well, actually,
Now you understand why I brought you.
yeah.
Oh,
Hey,
Hey, back.
all right. Sorry. Technical difficulties. I was looking to see if there was a book that I could perhaps learn Sylvan from, as we were planning to go back to the marshes, and being able to talk to some of the fake creatures we may come across may be beneficial.
it's a good idea. Can you handle that on your own? I feel like
I
this is
assume
gonna-
so.
Yeah, I feel like this is gonna take me and Maldor a while. So, okay. Well, let me. I'll go and get the books, and we'll look at them together, Maldor.
Cool.
And I guess I'll approach the desk and say, "Hello. How are you?"
Okay. So you're just kind of walking up to the desk and asking. Okay.
Mhm.
So you walk up to the desk and just find somebody that's close by that doesn't seem to be quite busy in terms of just writing in a little note journal, wearing some of the similar clothing of the representatives that might be occupying this library. These greens, primary, with these robes, they come through and then they kind of clip to the side and then have a little bit of accents of brown near the pads, as well as the hands and stuff of whites, so perhaps like blouse under the clothing underneath. They have a similar badge or a signet that they have kind of pinned, pendant, as you will, and it relates to the Council of Alathan. This pendant or symbol is very commonly as two coin pieces that are put on the side of a tilted ship, and so it's kind of just a generic symbol for the Council of Alathan or the town hall. So they come from there, might work in another office or something, and they might be picking up service here. As they look upon you, it's just a human, brownish eyes, kind of wavy, curly brown hair. Looks up towards you. Hi.
Hey, I'm not from around here, so this is my first time in the library. But I'm a
First time in the
Hey.
library, man.
Yeah.
You've never been in the library before?
not in this one.
Oh. No.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, sorry.
This is Alexander in a trench coat.
But I'm very much into history, and I was wondering if you had any books on the gods, and if wars have happened in between gods, or if anyone's declared war on them, and if anyone's ever ascended in the godhood, if that makes sense.
Well, there has been notable saints over the years that have been brought and perhaps have died and given to the domain of some deity, but not really ascending to godhood per se. There are theories on how deities came to be, or what their early ancestors are. It's just roaming creatures through the space. In terms of a war, there has been written account about deity conflict, particularly during creationism. But it's very hypothetical. Something I can take you to involves of celestial history.
Has there ever been any case of like a mortal trying to take down a god?
Not that we have documented.
Well,
It's not that certain
Mhm.
mortals haven't tried in terms of magic and getting power and things, but no one's ever documented and set their eyes on some mortal coming and attacking a deity. It's
right. Yeah,
outrageous.
of course.
You
Could
started
you
it.
could you take us to where there was some conflict between the gods? Just it doesn't have to be super specific. I just kind of am interested.
Reaches underneath the desk, pulls out a lantern, lights it.
And
Then
I'll telepathically communicate to Maldor. I don't think they're gonna have what you're looking for, but this is probably as close as we're gonna get to it.
Yeah, back in your head. I suspected as much, but it's a place to start if nothing else.
Yeah.
So then they go turn around and they go towards the actual like metal pillar and then begin to fit themselves into a slight groove, and they pull a lever. What happens is some of the sandstone tiling around begins to fall a little bit, forming a staircase. This way, they begin to walk down the spiraling sandstone staircase that surrounds the central pillar. Behind them in these large kind of circular style half circle desks, right? Semicircle. Begin to pass down into the space underneath, and then you're met with very similar. That was these semicircle desks with more representatives down here. They fit into a decent sized chamber, and then from there spirals a labyrinth of corridors and a variety. They have metal plaques etched in kind of this silverish accent of engravings, and they are in Gnomish, and they actually speak translations nearby to a wooden placard of common, and that essentially is what is down that corridor, like what vaults are down that corridor. So they're taking you kind of toward the direction of the top left wing of the dungeon. The dungeon fits itself underneath the entire library, which is very many hundreds and hundreds of feet in terms of how far this can go. And so they're taking you kind of towards the top left corner, which is where more of like the older texts would be. They then come to a vault, essentially as celestial histories, as they note. And the vault itself is a large circular metal door. There is a handprint at its center, and then there are very similar things to that of the Tower of Felling. So as soon as you stare at this thing, you're like, wow, this is like the same exact door that we saw in the actual tower going into the lecture room.
Mm-hmm.
So they take their hand out and they begin to put their hand upon the door. And from there, actual runes begin to kind of glow. And then they look towards the runes and they kind of touch each one in a very like specific way. They touch them in a specific way. You hear ears and other things whining at the back end of the door. And eventually kind of unleashes itself and begins to pull outwards towards you all. So this person's like stepping back, right? This really 10-foot wide corridor here. Kind of takes a step back, and then they have to shuffle and then come through the corner into a smaller space here where another door is present. Come in. Come. Small space.
Also, I'm just gonna try to memorize what he did to get in.
Teen Bear.
Don't even have to try.
As you come into the smaller space, They then reach towards the door. As they reach towards the door, they kind of grab an actual handle. They begin to pull the door, which seems to be aided. Some certain runes begin to alight, like magic is aiding in this large, heavy metal door be shut. And then as soon as they cross some threshold, it moves on its own and then shuts. It seems to lock. They look towards you, and they begin to push their fingers into their ears. I'd recommend this. And there's a large whooshing sound as the air is like pulled from the room. And then they do something similar to the next door opening as they did to the original door. On coming in, you have this rectangular room in space. In terms of sound, there's really not anything in here. It's very quiet except for the lantern light from this individual. There are shelvings lined left to right and to back, and then a central sandstone kind of bar or a table that's been built into this space. The shelves are of sandstone as well. So as they've kind of dug out the earth, they left it natural, refined it, and then reinforced it with metal. Similar fashion to above, there are kind of subcategories of signage placed in stone, etched into it on the actual shelves themselves, giving to the subcategories of celestial histories. Things in here are rather old, they showcase their age. They're bounded very loosely, and they're kind of like, in a very simple term, not well construed. So just like looking at the volumes here, as the representative begins to light a series of sconces with their lantern, passing over some of the light to them to kind of light up the room, you actually can see that there are many pages like missing in some of these things, and some of them are just kind of really randomly placed. They don't make much sense. They're also in different languages. So you might have some that are in common and others that would be from the point of view of whoever's researching in their native tongue. Okay. So this individual, after that, kind of looks towards you and sets the lantern down onto the table, and then begins to make way in the direction of one particular volume of pages that have been loosely bound and put together. They grab it, they begin to set it down. Here we are. This is Theories of Creationism, Celestial Wars, Volume 2. The one that makes the most sense in what was kept here. It is a period that many call the Severance, but the author has noted as such.
Mhm.
Are you in need of translation? Much of it's in Gnomish.
No, I can read that.
So can I.
Do you have any credentials or accreditations? Scholarly pursuit, or do I need to sit here and make sure you don't tarnish this book?
I mean, I know I'm not really from this continent, but I am of a noble house of House Willow. I don't know if that's even enough to be okay with me. I have my pedigree of nobility if you need to see that.
Oh, and nobilities of no consort here. I do appreciate that. More of, are you talenting in wizarding, a wizarding family house, or are you in pursuit of an acolyte, maybe an historian?
No, I'm from a wizarding family house.
Wonderful. In that case, I'll leave you to it. Sure, you saw how to get in and out of this place. More than welcome to activate the runes yourselves. This information is free, and we like to keep it that way. Yeah. Like
Can I ask you a
Before-
question before you
Yes.
leave? What
know.
happened to all the books? A lot of these shelves are empty.
After the age of the Great Purge, the Tauthars ransacked the Grand Library. They arrested or killed many of the Felgims, researchers that have claimed here as a place of recruitment for their wizarding tower and their school. and the articles were taken to the People's Palace in Citadel, particularly the tower.
Is there anything that you know of in this particular section written in Primordial?
The only thing in this section that is written in Primordial would be a time that was stated as the spindle. It is what is referred to as the epicenter of creation. And that, I believe, begins to kind of turn around. That wouldn't be here in Celestial Histories. I'd have to take you to a different vault for that. But that would be
Okay.
where most of the Primordial is. I cannot recall anything in here would be Primordial.
Perhaps later.
So I'm more than welcome to stay with you if you wish. Help you out in translations or fetch other books.
I think we're good.
Fantastic. I will be upstairs doing my due diligence at my desk. If you need anything, you can holler for me. My name is Randall, or you can fetch another representative.
Randall, when we're done, do we just put these back on the shelves or do we bring them up with us?
You're best to leave these articles inside of this area. This is a magically sealed room for the air. It does not allow degradation. It is also protected in terms of some of these books. There's enchantments
Okay.
placed to protect them and mending them if they get torn or ripped. So almost as if it's a stasis, if you will. It's previous than I had any employee here. So
Thank you very much.
shakes the head, grabs the lantern, begins to leave. Okay. So now that we're working through this volume of book, we can continue to roleplay if y'all want. More than welcome to do it.
No, I'm good.
Yeah, I mean, I
Okay.
think it's mostly just wanted him to focus on specifically any instances of deaths of a celestial or attempts at such.
Okay. So this, I'll probably do a short version of this, and then maybe elaborating more into it, like a lore posting and things. But the time of creation, they created a timeline that they're trying to do the best they can, and how many years, right, it's been since this creation has existed. But it doesn't actually relate a whole lot to your current time because there is a point that this seems that there is a gap. They relate this as to a time fracture. So they were simply referred to as TF and acronym into this book. And most of these books here are going to do the same thing when they're trying to extrapolate some timeline. This period can be as long or as little, but they just know that there is a gap in some information, and it kind of creates a separation, which is why there's actually a previous timeline to the Antares timeline, which is the bane of the world, right? And that is separated by time fracture. Okay. I'm gonna wait until I'm not lagging out of
Uh-oh.
existence. Am I coming back?
Yeah, no,
I'm back, baby.
I think
I'm
you're
back,
back.
baby. So, this book here, in terms of the Severance, is described as a war between deities that severed the very fabric of reality, which is why it's referred to as the Severance. So, the primaterial plane in creation was the epicenter of the conflict, and the epicenter of many conflicts between deities, right? To exert control over, because they proposed that during the Severance had to have happened after they had constructed their respective domains in the cosmos and their own realms, right, and their own planes of existence. And so they suspect that this was kind of like a meeting point between, hey, we want to kind of create our creations and things, and then that started to brunt with other creations of others, right, in not great ways. So the prime material plane, that is why it's called the prime material plane, because it's prime as the one and only, in terms of where these deities were influencing, and then material because the actual deities were materializing their creations here. So they note that this was done through congruences, that they actually were spreading their influence to their creations through these scaffolds through space. And they allowed them to influence while also maintaining defense. If you were to open up yourself, you would allow others in. So after the construction of these realms, their own domains, they protected themselves. They restricted access. Then that would restrict access for you to do what you want to do. So they use these almost gateways, as referred to as well, right? Ways to traverse their powers. So they now go into the cosmology. They actually have a little bit of a description, right, in terms of space, saying the primordial planes at the center, and then you have celestials, and then the bottom states is the infernals. And they relate this first off in the book as a north and south axis, respectively, and then later named these two, because they believe that the celestials were the first to give their creations a way to wield chaos, essentially in the essence of magic, right? Energy just in space. And they gave them a way to do this, and they referred to why we call it divine magic. So this is almost as if they're describing how divine magic came to be. And it was gifted to creations by celestials, those on the north axis to their creations. The magic was simple, mundane, and easy to control. Now, the infernals started to do something similar, seeing the creations use and wield power that the deities that created them. They started to do the same thing, putting more of their magic in, teaching them how to harness the chaos, and even probably putting chaos into the prime material plane so they could use it, right? Now, with no resolution in sight, as now creations became more powerful, infernals started to mutate their creations to create more monstrous versions of them in hopes that they would become more powerful in the physical sense of this material plane. Celestials responded by bestowing conduits of magic, conduits of chaos, to the very fabric of life that could be tapped into by their creations. The author refers to this as natural magic. It's why every creation seems to have some bit of magic in them that can be used and wielded, right? The magic of the natural world. Obviously, the infernals were displeased that now more magic was put in. They tried now to wage war against the congruences rather than the creations themselves, targeting them on the prime material plane in hopes to destroy them. So that way, the other side, the other deities, couldn't extract their powers onto it. Which is why we're referring to this as the severance. Severing conduits that these deities could change and warp reality. It was severing what these things knew at this time. Again, these are all hypotheticals. This is just what this book is alluding to. And seeing the authors, it's actually a great number of them. Gnomish Felgums, particularly from not just here in Arthuri and Felgum, but Gnomish researchers also across the way from Picarius, some of the Free City states. One of the authors actually comes from a particular place that relates to the death of the timekeepers on a particular island. So this is traversed a great weight to come and bring this together, and bound and all of that. So this is going to continue in the tit for tat. So now began to disconnect. And so what happened was that the Celestials were forced to throw as much chaos as they could into the prime material plane so they could provide raw power wielded by their creations to sever congruences to the infernals instead of them. Because they couldn't anymore. They couldn't extract they couldn't manipulate, right? Because now we have severance. So this then begins to spur into what brought about peace between deities. What was going to stop them from destroying the prime material plane completely? It was just going to annihilate it, right? Because there was so much chaos now in the prime material plane. The actual plane of existence couldn't survive. And so both deities on both sides of the conflict chose to sacrifice themselves for their creations to spare them and this plane of existence, spreading the chaos into twin planes. They're commonly referred to as the Feywild and the Shadowfell. And by doing this, they forsake themselves onto those planes, and they were limited and lesser in their power than the other deities. Forced to scavenge and try to influence in some way to gain more power, become what they were once before. And this is proposed that by doing this, this is why the reality of our existence exists. This is why we are alive today. That is what this book states. That is all there is here. Mind's blown. You're welcome.
Pretty cool.
There's more information there. I try to make it as short and simple as possible.
Yeah, I think after that, Varys will like close the book and be like, not really what you were looking for, but it is interesting.
Well, I suppose we at least learned that they can become less powerful. Certainly one of them has had to have died at some point. We must continue searching somewhere.
You also learn that, I mean, I don't know, you still have a beef with some of them, which is completely fine, but you also learn that they do tend to sacrifice themselves rather than their creation if push comes to shove.
Well, some of them. Out of character, it occurred to me we were talking about this. Maldor never told anybody what he learned. Like, he may have made some side comments about wanting to go kill Helm, but he never really told anybody why.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, did you tell us that you were that you wanted to kill Helm? Because I thought you did.
No, he's probably said, like, yeah, he definitely told everybody after the first meeting with the Old One that an alliance with him would only be temporary and that we should destroy him. And he probably made some angry comments about the gods, but I don't think he ever told anybody, like, specifically that he needs to kill Helm and why.
Okay. If my roleplay ruins when you told us that to just discard that, I don't want to. Yeah, I'm not trying to have like meta knowledge, but just out of curiosity, before we wrap up, does it say which deities these were, or just says like very vaguely like celestials and infernals?
Exactly. There is not any sort of information in here that is going to give light to who the deities were because they don't know. This is all hypothesized by people who research time because they're trying to figure out why there is some distortion in time. And so they're stating that this is a moment in time that caused a distortion. And from this seems to be when, in terms of like magic, how did magic exist? Well, deities were overwhelmingly powerful. They must have given magic to the creations because there's deities that fight each other still to this day. They still brunt on each other. They still hate each other. And magic exists in the prime material plane. How does it exist? And so that's what this goes into. Like I said, there's more in depth with this, but that's like the short version of it because it's a very generalized hypothesis of like how they suppose that this happened. And it is the war between deities because it's what created essentially the further wars. This is the first war of their wars, right? And their conflicts between themselves. So This is proposed as 4.6 million before time fracture. So they imagine that this is pretty far back in this chronological scheme to creation. That as soon as deities came to existence, they were conflicting within that scope of time. It seems pretty relevant.
We also learned one other thing. That if you are seeking allies against the Celestials, you may very well have to look among the Infernals.
Yeah, I don't like that.
I don't like many things. Not these days.
Oh, and remember, this is homebrew at this point. So in terms of a lot of stuff that you're probably used to in terms of like the infernal domains, there's like steps and levels of that. That doesn't exactly exist here in this world.
I think when Varys realizes there's not a lot of information about this, he'll open up his tome of the holder, and he'll say I think the magic word is Rokala.
I like it. Yeah.
Ricola. I like it.
Rokala. And then
you see the front eyes start twitching and moving, like rotating towards you, and then you kind of have it open and you begin to
yeah. And I look for the spell Legend Lore.
Roll it out, baby.
Hey.
Yeah. Woo, now it works. Yeah, edit the item. I change it up. It works, baby.
He fixed it.
So with that, he'll look at Maldor and he's like, even though there was nothing here, I may have another way to find something. So give me a couple days. And I'll return to you. And I'll use the rest of my downtime after this to copy Legend Lore into my spell book.
That is a very expensive spell to cast.
That is a very expensive spell. How much gold do you have?
It's 250. So actually,
to cast.
it's 200
To cast it, yeah, not to write
Yeah,
it.
it's 250 to cast.
Yeah, to learn
that
it, though.
consumes. Oh, to learn. So it's 50 plus 50 each spell level, and that's a 5th level spell.
Mhm.
So
I'm compounding it at this point because you're talking at 250 gold because it's a 5th level spell, and then you also have to pay, right, to actually use the spell. So you're looking at 500 gold just to pop the spell out one time.
yeah,
Right now.
I mean, I'm not going to use it constantly, but if this is
Sure.
really something he cares about,
Yeah, if this is something exactly, that's exactly it. If this is worth it, go ahead by all means. Go ahead and start learning. Then I'll drag it into your character sheet.
So what? How much is to learn it? Because I'm subtracting the materials.
So it's a 5th level spell, 50 gold for every level spell, so it's 250 gold to learn the spell.
All right. And then I'll just use my downtime to learn it.
All right, Legend Lore coming in. Bam. You're in character sheets.
Think about how
no
many
worries.
times we can cast that when we win, though.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a dope spell.
Okay, so after the library, at this point, we're heading over to House Fortune and Favor, or are you going to expand into the Primordial?
No, we can check that out later.
Before we leave, is there like a way to check out books or like purchase books from the library?
So there is a way to purchase books, but as we just kind of went through, accreditation is kind of required. So you have to have some accreditation in another library within the continent or another library in the world, potentially buy these books.
Or be really good at lying about it.
Right. Or have maybe something like you're a collector, like you're a representative of a nation or a faction, and you're coming out as a collector of sorts to try to move volumes of information. And they could potentially scribe it for you, which is transferring the information to another book and giving you the copy.
Gotcha.
So they do have that process, but it still requires some form of accreditation, right? They're not just going to copy a book and give it to you blindly unless you're like know what to do with this information for, which might be something that the Telthars instigated here. Because what the representative kind of was like, oh, free information, we want to make sure it's free. Shouldn't be any problem to copy a book then hand it off, but that is one of the small little bumps here that they go through. Are you interested in copying something over?
Well, I was I was looking, like I said, for the proficiency with the language proficiency, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to get anything because of
Oh,
the.
you want to get some proficiency in language?
Yeah, I was the Sylvan thing, but I don't know if that's going to be an option. If they're going to be requiring credits or.
I mean, if you just come here every day,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't see why that's a problem, Tegan. That you can't just it's a free, just come in. Doors are always open, 24 hours in this place. So just come in,
Okay.
pull a book, has Sylvan, start learning it yourself. I think it's totally fine. You can even ask someone to help you and help you translate it for you too, and help you out, tutor you for free.
For sure.
In that case, you can just add. We'll round it to 5 days worth of time put towards proficiency. So you can put that into your journal of your character sheet. Just say 5 days towards whatever Sylvan, or you can create a journal note tab for yourself and do that as well. Just
Gotcha.
keep track. Yeah, I looked into. I tried to find something, and I could not find anything that works in the new D&D 5e system for like keeping track of that stuff without breaking the sheets. So it made me very sad inside. I was very disappointed because it's me. I'm like, come on. Like, I feel like this is something that we should have, right? But come on. It's all right. Can't we have a lot. We have a lot. I should, we have a lot. So you're taking about 5 days worth of Sylvan, just learning it, understanding it, getting the proficiency of that language. It is going to take more time than that, but you're definitely adding time into it. And when I say that people are getting into the track of learning language, I usually say that at this point you can loosely start translating, you can loosely start working through it. It just takes time. Like you can't read it right out, or you can't write it right out.
Right.
So you're on the track for it though, which is helpful. So, and now we're going to kind of transverse over to the House Fortune Favor. I know people are interested in setting their bets for themselves. So how are we doing? So we don't need to role play this since you'll want to get to the Coliseum today. I'll work through that. So I have a map and everything for that, but we don't need to role play. You just go through what you all are doing and how you're betting.
we're just putting one bet on us, right?
All the money on us.
Yeah, I mean we're only doing the one competition, so
Yeah.
So we've got 58 grand. Do we want to do like 55 and then keep a little bit of chump change just in case something terrible happens?
Yeah.
What could possibly go wrong in the next 5 days?
No clue.
Yeah, 55 sounds good.
Yeah,
That way we can pay the 125 back to Bruga, and then we'll have 200K, I think, because we keep the 50 plus the 125 from her bet plus the 25 from our bet. We shrank Michael. Very nice.
I'm lowering the desk.
Yes, Jarvis.
I'm still here. Oh, I'm here. Okay. I got myself in position.
Or we could, I mean, we could do, what would you say, Steven? What was your number before
What?
the session?
Just to easy math, 57,500.
Yeah, we can do that.
So 50,000 of her money and 7,500 of ours, and
Yeah, I'm good with that.
So 57,000 of party and 50K.
57,000. Well, no, so that's total because we didn't have that much, I don't think.
So 57 in total.
57,500.
500.
Easy math.
Imagine the reaction
Of what?
of the person taking the bets. They're just like, "Oh, you're putting 57,000 gold on yourself, cocky little shits."
Well, I mean,
I
we even have to say it's on us. Like, it would just be, it'd be that much on the ill-fated, and then we just show up and we're like, hey,
We just have to sign for
we're
it.
the
Yeah.
ill-fated.
I mean, they're
I'm
gonna
a-
know, but yeah,
that's probably what all the houses do anyway, right? Like all the sponsorship houses.
pretty
they
much.
just
Yeah.
they sponsor a gladiator and then bet on their gladiator.
I mean, a
That's-
lot of them probably have bets against them and stuff too to hedge their bets, but
But yeah, exactly. So think about it. Think about all of the people that try to go out, but they don't get sponsorships, and yet they even if they lose, even if they win, they still lose because of how many bets might be hedged on how the houses are placing to have gladiators lose out, so that their primary one wins. So there's this whole level of inner workings, right? In terms of the gold
Fights are
being
fixed.
passed around.
Tampering.
People shit.
It's not that the fights are fixed per se, but the bets probably, you can almost assure yourselves that the bets are worked in a way that the individuals are put into favor and they hold that coin, and that's put back into the system. So
Least risk.
but you all are coming at this with a large amount of gold, with a sponsor that's never sponsored, just like no whereabouts of this person, right? And you're just coming with this gold, and you're putting yourself in a position here that can get a huge payout. So 57,500 gold pieces from Bruga and yourselves. You are at odds of 5-1 to win, which means that you will get a payout of 287,500 gold pieces if you win the group competition. It is all or nothing. So once you put it down, you're talk to Master Cecil Sadak is going to take your bet. There's also a matter of security here, so they take your weapons and things before you can enter in. That whole jazz. There's a whole map for this, but the establishment's not very big. It's very small, which means they most likely have the gold off-site. There's really more of a betting house, a place just to place bets. There's also gambling in the back rooms. There's also additional gambling tables upstairs. So they do card games and other forms of different, or slightly mini games. There's a whole bar and all that. We don't need to role play that or fast tracking. So, but it gives you an idea. All right. So after the bet has been placed, Master Cecil Sadak already knows who you all are because they were sent message by House Gulrez that you are now put onto the lists. And they take the wager. So they're going to take the coin from you now. And then they are going to write out a copy of like a slip that states how much winnings you are to earn. And then they're going to state that these winnings are in such a quantity that they have to deliver it. So you can choose now where you want this coin to be delivered, or when you win, you can come in and inquire about it. But it is going to take a series of days for them to gather the coin and deliver it, this large payout. They also offer the house fortune and favor. They have house guards here too. It's enforcers and things that they do offer for percentage from your winnings. They can have armored wagons and house guard protection during the delivery.
Can they deliver it to Bruga, or do they think it's a pie shop?
They don't
So
know
delivered
where
to
it
the
is.
pie shop. Yeah.
Delivered to the pie shop.
Wait, are you saying they have like a premium package that you can purchase to ensure that your coin is safe?
How often does the coin get robbed?
Well, we're talking about an inordinate amount of money.
Yeah.
So much
they
that
don't
they're
just
gonna have
offer
to
this-
haul it on a cart through town.
Like 2 wagons worth of gold to pull it through the.
It's not going to fit in the chest of holding.
No.
Even though it will hold 10,000 pounds.
10,000
more
pounds, only
it's-
100K, right?
Yeah, and it's more volume based rather than weight. So it's just the amount of volume of this series of chests they're gonna have to place.
So yeah, we probably couldn't even take it with us, even if we wanted to.
Obviously, it needs to be spent before we get it, so we can tell them exactly where to take.
Oh, we already know where
Vigilance
60,000
Have them
is
deliver.
going.
Have them deliver.
Yeah.
You know,
Send
some of it,
60K to
some
the
of it to
blacksmith.
the armorer, some of it to the ship, some of it to the shipmaster. Or
Yeah,
the
but that
like a
becomes
bank.
that becomes tricky because then if you want protection for the delivery,
They're going
Right.
to cost. Yeah,
they're
every
going to
time
cost
they run it.
more. And if you don't want protection for the delivery, now you're having it
Might get
divided
stolen.
up, right? So it might get
What
stolen.
if we bought our own ship?
That's the plan.
I mean, that's
Okay.
what Lucar
What?
wants to do.
You can buy your own ship.
I mean, we could just make deals with people and tell them to go pick up the money in house fortune in favor, and they could arrange delivery themselves.
True.
Just tell them to give us a
Line of
line.
credit.
Yeah. Yeah,
Whatever
we can worry
y'all
about
want to
that.
do.
We can worry about that afterwards. I think is probably
Yeah, so this is
Yeah.
not saying that you need to make your decisions now, but the one decision that needs to be made now is if you're going to be taking the hired protection and the reinforced wagons,
I mean, might as well,
because
right?
that's going to dictate how much total coin you're going to get.
I almost wish
Hell
we could
no.
just protect it ourselves.
I mean, we
We
could.
can.
You can.
I trust us a lot more than like whatever
Oh,
random
yeah.
guards they're gonna
Yeah.
Literally
send.
just sit Thanos on top of one of these carriages and let him shoot anyone that comes too close. It's fine.
No, if we can protect it ourselves,
9
then
shots,
yes,
so.
I would rather I do it than anyone else.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
we can
the-
arrange a pickup or something later.
Yeah, you can totally arrange a pickup. So there's, in terms of if you want to get it from the source of the coin or if you want it to be placed here, the best option that Master Sazostatic, in terms of your situation, just because you're not from the city, is simply to have them transferred the gold ready to go from here, and from there you take it where you want.
Yeah.
Because they'll put it into, they'll have hired hands during the, to get it here, because it's
Yeah.
off site. They're not gonna let it just be stolen and transfer. So they're going to have basically the premium package, has been quoted by Tegan. And then
Blackjack surface.
they're going to allow you just to take it from the road from there,
Yeah.
just wherever you're going to.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, then we can figure it out from there. We could just make we could do a route around town. We'll drop some off at the blacksmith. We'll go down and buy a boat or
Yeah.
whatever. Just,
A parade. We start throwing gold to bystanders.
yeah.
Yeah, I
No,
think
we're
that
not causing a riot in the streets.
I think based on what I'm hearing is that you all feel confident protecting yourselves, but you just want to make sure that it's with your own stuff in your own wagon and it's all singular where it's going at a time, right?
Yeah,
so that
we'll
you're
handle
protecting it.
getting it moved. Yeah.
Thanos will head up to Fort Farron and get our stagecoach after we win the Coliseum. It's fine.
We could just send
Is
somebody
this-
to go get it, probably,
Or you
No.
can buy a new stagecoach.
or just buy another one. Yeah.
What?
But
No,
we-
I've
Well,
become
you gotta
attached to that
do-
one.
Well, you're gonna need to buy
Stagecoach.
you're gonna need to buy a wagon that's big enough to hold all the gold. You're gonna be.
You know how
So
long
you have
Andy's
to buy
been sleeping in
horses.
that thing?
Yeah.
No,
Andrew,
Andrew's not sleeping in it. He knows better. He never knows when I'm going to show up.
It's true.
Did you doubt Andrew Tumblerot's power?
No,
You
I
doubt
just
his
don't think that he
power.
wants to die.
He's
What's
been
gonna happen?
harassing those
What-
benches for 3 months.
What's gonna happen is that you're gonna go up there and you're gonna see Andrew Tumblerot, and Tumblerot's gonna have a bunch of their halfling friends. They're gonna be like, "We've been trading for weeks for this. I'm gonna get
Just
back." at
waiting.
you." And you're
Just
just
set
gonna
up a Home Alone
Pop the
series.
and you're gonna
halfling
pull up
murder.
your crossbow. You're just gonna go pop.
The Tumble Rot training.
The Tumblerot murder house. is
And it
what I
was-
say.
And it was at this moment that the Tumblerot family line was dead.
Listen, we should just let him keep that coach because the upholstery's all going to need to be replaced anyways.
No, but here's the thing.
No,
we
I
kill
caught
the
him the
Tumble
first
Rots,
night.
and then we
It's
start
fine.
making boats.
What?
What?
Perfect. We take over the family business. We start making boats and carriages.
we sent
This is
Thanos
a
up
waste
there.
of
He
time.
murders everyone, so we make the best of a bad.
Well, the
situation.
Tumblerots are multiple facets, not just one
That's
singular.
okay.
So that is technically that's the keep ground. That's the stable master for the keep, right? So it's actually kind of like a Talthar thing, right? So it's kind of like a higher governmental building. And then the on the next to the bridge, there's some Tumblerots that do smoke. They catch
like-
fish and they smoke it,
Fish smoking in the canoe rentals.
and they make canoe rentals.
Yeah, those
they,
ones
they,
are
they
fine.
run
I
an
wouldn't murder
HOA
them.
basically.
It's okay.
There's other Tumblerots elsewhere. You have to find. So it's kind of funny.
Yeah, Thanos is gonna hunt down their line.
Oh, dear, they're like- You see, like one of them at Christopher Wines, just like tending to some grapes. And all of a sudden, you like step on a rock a weird way, and they just like stop, and they just like they're like the last of the line, and they're just like, "I knew you'd come for me." You're like, how do you want this done? Painless. Quick.
Thanos just kneels them on the ground, looking away from him.
just straight to the back of the head. Instant.
We're
And
just
then-
writing his
and then
epilogue
Pan-
at this point.
And then pan to 3 years after this, Thanos, you're like drinking a glass of wine. from grapes that have grown in the spilled blood. That's how- you're like,
Guys, I'm not okay with this.
that's the level of my writing. Just so you know, that's the level of my writing goes to my mind. It goes that deep. You're
Yeah.
welcome. Traditional. That's
Tegan's
a
on
big
board.
baddie right there. That's a big baddie story for sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're
That could be
not
Thanos.
taking. Yeah, I could be Thanos. We'll get back to the task. Okay.
Yeah.
So we have this large amount of earnings. You're all going to take it for yourselves, and then kind of go to where you would like to go at that point. So again, continue with the fast track. We don't need to role play through some of this stuff because the endeavor is to get to the Coliseum. So we have pretty much everyone set what they're doing and where they're what they're going about business. Now we come to like costs in terms of the tavern. So if you're all kind of having your individual rooms and you're getting meals at the tavern, or perhaps food cart type style out in the city, that level of the bazaar, right? Kind of fetching things around. There's a cost per day here that is definitely something that you all have not seen throughout the campaign. The actual cost per day here, in terms of a traveler or an adventurer, is about 2 gold per day per each person. So you're going to be spending about 10 gold in the city per day for your room board. So
Okay.
that in total is going to equate to 50 gold worth of to the Coliseum day.
I'll pay for my own
Okay.
room. I'll take that too.
Yeah, I can also do that.
Oh, hey, it updates you when I change it.
Yes.
That's pretty pog.
My new surge protector's here. Nice.
Nice.
I ordered one that has a clamp, so I can actually clamp to the desk. It's my cords, right? Get pulled up when it. Okay, so got that transferred off. Another thing to note on the new D&D 5e system, there's actually a new sheet, and it's called a group sheet. So I will be transferring the treasury asset. So how I've been doing it is I just kind of created a vehicle character sheet. I'm actually going to be turning that into the group sheet instead, which is kind of cool. It actually lists each of you and your stats and these other things, and then also has its own inventory. So I will be doing that, but I've yet to play with that. I didn't know if it would bug out. So.
Sweet.
All right, good deal. So after that has been done, I'm now going to advance the day, and I swear, if Simple Calendar still throws an error for you all after updating, I'm going to cry.
It's guaranteed
Let's-
to happen.
Here we
Let's
go.
find out.
No, I did it again. Why? No, it's okay. I think it's a permission thing, and it's because my setup is pretty strict with permissions, so it's okay. I'll cry another day.
You're so strict on us, Michael. We don't have permission to do anything.
Do
So
you want
strict
that?
as he lets us make broken ass weapons.
Yeah. I'm strict because they don't let you get into the server files. That's why I'm strict.
Yeah,
All
I'm
right.
joking. I don't care.
So
You're very, very kind. Please don't kill my character.
thank you so much.
Again,
Please don't kill my character.
Please don't kill my
So-
character.
So at this point, Thanos, you can put in the breastplate +1. Everyone can adjust in terms of how many skill checks or days they've taken on their potential tools and things. Kind of keep track of that in terms of downtime activity. And then, Varys, if you want to add some more spells, right, you can always roll from the Tome of the Holder. But it seems like you're pretty centered on research in the library and then just picking up that one spell. You have that spell ready to go. You can use it, and you also have the material components to cast it if you wish. But we're gonna kind of change ourselves up into the Colosseum. Okay.
How many crafts do we get per day? Is it 4 or 5?
So it's 2 hours per craft, and you can imagine yourself working an 8 to 10 work day. Depends on. I would say 10 hours is a solid work day. So I think anything more than that, you're gonna exhaust yourself.
Yeah, that's fair.
To put in 5 crafts.
don't let the union hear you say that.
I think that'll actually move me up to master with the.
We should honestly. I think was it there's Norway, but they have so different rules. Like in America, it's like 8-hour workday, 9-10 hour workday. Those are normal. But like elsewhere, 6 hours maximum, where they're like, what are you doing?
Well, some
Working too
places they
much.
count the work or the lunch in the hours you're allowed to work, and They have
Yeah.
better laws.
That's awesome.
Woe is me.
Woe is me. Okay. So we are heading outside of the tavern and we're going at first light in the direction of here. So I'm going to advance the time clock here because our direction is to get to the top left, so the northwest side of the Colosseum. There's an entryway to go into the labyrinth and underneath. So during this time, there is a lot of traffic. There's rain softly falling down on the main road. There's a lot of people out and about right now, even in this early hour. And there are individuals performing on the sides of the streets. There's banners put up with notable gladiators that people are kind of praising to, giving thanks to. There are some of them even like out on the sidewalks near the bazaar area where they're kind of signing autographs and like giving thanks. These would be your solo performers, right? These people aren't actually competing until the afternoon, so they have the morning. And it seems as though they're like almost like kind of increasing the bets that might be put towards them or just gaining more favor with the crowd in case they do fall. They might be able to plea for mercy. Now, the bazaar has transformed. A lot of the traders that might sell permanent wares and things, they've been pushed out to the exteriors. There's some House Coolores representatives and guard kind of moving them, helping them facilitate that. And the road itself now is lined with a lot of almost like souvenirs or food products. So there's just smells of like foods that have been cooking all through the night. It's just fuming outwards. There's actually performers as well, putting on theaters, so they move from the courtyards into the bazaar. And there's just gatherings of crowds, tables pitched, people drinking ale from like mobile tavern style areas. There's even like places from Ismar, referred to as the Windy Ale House, Mauserlig, that are out here. They have like flights that they're providing with multiple different ales. There's wines from the Hayuma Palume, which is kind of the Uthrina. So there's like vineyards and Crispa wines is here too and things. And it's this whole setup. This is what they do bi-weekly. People are throwing coin around. There's a lot of nobility. People are excited. They're talking about the games. And the Colosseum in the main entrance, right, as I kind of stated, is very grand and open and allows for the staircase to kind of ascend left to right to get to the grandstands. Now, in terms of the Colosseum, this place was built really without magic. So, we talk about, certain things that we might have experience with in other games. This is a very traditional, like Roman style Colosseum that they've built out of like sandstone and reinforced with wooden pylons and created some rafters of sorts and these little boxes and stuff that go around the top side of some of the grandstands, and they form between them and things and just protruded balconies. So put yourself into that note, that it's a very, I would say, like old in its appearance and the stain of the stone and how it's very gruesome, right? Very blunt. You are coming to the top left, northwest side, and you do see that there is a semi-arched space within the bricked wall that's not very high, that just encases the bazaar district here. And there are some House Coolores guard that are there, and a double wooden door is sat shut and latched. And then as soon as you all are approaching, they have little kind of scrolls that they're looking through and stuff. And then they kind of fold the scroll downwards. And they kind of look to themselves and they shake the heads. Eventually they bang on that door. The door swings open for more guard inside of the actual grounds on the northwest side. They then bow their heads in respect, putting it all the way down, almost horizontal. And then they raise and they point, go inside. From there, the guard number in the dozens and dozens filtered here. Some of them now encompass all of you, one of which comes out, and they are dressed differently than a guard. They have a leather satchel and a backpack of browns and wools. They have the same colors of the golden and white. They have the pendant of House Coolores, and they have a wrapping over the head, and they have very simple kind of greenish purple eyes, and they are a golden dragonborn. As they look upon you in a small, short stature, they bow their head as well. The rest of the grounds, you have cages, you have tents. People stay here that they're fighting, right? So they're staying here if they don't have housing elsewhere. And they're training, they're sparring, they're getting ready. You see a group like literally just over there. It's probably going to fight in the group competition. They're going at it right now, testing their skills and battle with each other in these campfires, and just kind of getting ready with breakfast and such. Right, it's all happening around. In addition, you can hear now some of the creatures echoing from the ramparts about 200 feet away. The rampart that descends underneath the Colosseum into the labyrinth. You can hear the roaring of one of them and the growling from some of them. Stragonborn looks up. Well met. I am representative of House Kulrez that has been assigned to you all, the ill-fated. I will be your healer, to offer aid if you are to fall, and to give you advice on what lies ahead, as well as taking you through the holding chamber, or you are to fight. Do you have any questions for me before we depart?
You said you're giving us information on what we're supposed to fight.
I will be giving you advice on what lies ahead, but I cannot inform you on what you are fighting.
Oh, okay.
Only advice on what lies ahead. Strategies, perhaps, what other gladiators have done in their competitions. You all are a group, and I will go through the rules of said group when we get to the holding chamber. This is the final moment before we proceed. From this point on, you are not permitted to leave the grounds till the competition is over. Is that understood?
Sure.
Sounds good.
All right. As far as my name is concerned, call me Keel. I suppose pronouncing it in my native tongue would be too difficult, maybe for all but one of you. Looks towards the guard. This way. Begins to push past, heading south through a small road and things, and then eventually works itself to the rampart, nestled with a covering over of kind of canvas of browns and tans with these wooden pylons extending. The rampart is large, 20 to 25 feet wide, and it lowers itself down with two sets of winches and pulleys on the left and right, as well as a crane, potentially sliding in these grooves some of the chain and also the cages of animals they would use to slide and pull the rampart down or pull it up, right? Essentially to unload or reload, right, animals and creatures into the cages. You come down, leaving the crowd and such at your backside, but in the rain as well. There is a crowd noise from those that are gathered in this space, and that is echoing outwards throughout this large open chamber. It's not referred to as anything by Keel. They're simply taking you to a corridor or a tunnel that forms squared off with an 8-foot ceiling height, just to the southwest side of the large 200-foot wide chamber. The chamber is staged with multiple compartments of smaller, medium-sized creatures, and those creatures align the left or north side of the wall. Then there's a series of 3 labyrinth corridors, different sizes for each, going into various areas underneath the Colosseum to more permanent holding chambers for larger creatures. Seeing the largest of the labyrinth tunnels notes that the creatures can get to the size of huge in this Colosseum, maybe towering upwards of 30 feet in their height. And those corridors descend further down smaller ramparts, right, to increase that height without overwhelmingly hitting into the Colosseum top floor, right, the ground floor, right. So you're coming through the tunnel, heading south. Eventually you get to the southwestern side of the Colosseum. This tunnel is also flanked by a couple other rooms like armories, storage rooms, and things. And they're blocked by doors with little port kind of hole windows, right, to see into the contents. There's some secretory areas as well, maybe some supplies for the healers, or just kind of areas for these representatives to stay and to sleep in and such. And then eventually you get to the holding chamber, as it's been referred to. And here there are some semicircular tables centered around a sandstone pillar that ascends to about a 20-foot ceiling height. There are squared rectangular tables with chairs, with kind of sitting in almost like a dining hall style. Long bar and a kitchen with stoves, food prepped in banquet style. On that bar sits on the east side. And then there is a blacksmith on the southwest side of the chamber, which is about 60 to 80 feet in its length and width. That blacksmith has a forge piped with smoke funneling out to a rampart next to it that goes to the cheap side where they hold their auction grounds. That is closed by a portcullis gate and has guard up there as well. And that blacksmith is working on repairs, now seeing their groups are in here, because now groups are being funneled in by their own representatives, seeing them. They might be requesting things. Hey, can you touch this up? Can you sharpen this for me? And this blacksmith is doing this free of charge. Particularly a dwarf and 2 humans are kind of at the stead, and they're just working and making sure everything is ready to go for the fight. Now you might be wondering, where do I go from here? You look towards the southeast, and you can see a larger tunnel extending with a ceiling height of 15 feet. And it's squared off, pristine, with banners hanging from left to right of that corridor. And that continues to the south side of the Colosseum, and most likely to a rampart that goes to the sand. So they're kind of keeping you here. That tunnel is blocked by portcullis gate as well. The tunnel you just came through, right? That isn't blocked by any doors or gates or anything. And it's just kind of a transfer tunnel source to get to this space. At this point, you don't hear any of those monstrous creatures. The sound's going to drown out by the crowd that is currently in here. I'm going to create some sound effects here. Blacksmith. You see his guild takes you to a table, sits you down. This long rectangular table with these wooden chairs, some of which are kind of broken, a little bit sat about, but others are nice as if they've been repaired. They begin to pull from their satchel, holding a small journal out. As they pull it out, unfurling it, they begin to look towards all of you. Given your signups, you'll be fighting relatively soon. Should be the 4th ones within the round. There are a total of 3 rounds. Whoever finishes and accomplishes those rounds the fastest will win the grand prize of 15,000 gold pieces, awarded by House Coolrez. Coolrez themselves. My talents are not to heal you beyond what is needed. If you sustain a ligament torn off, broken leg, this will not change that you have to fight. But you may reside here within the holding chamber if you feel that you are no help to your party and you cannot proceed. At the end of the fight, the end of the round, I will come onto the battlefield and assist with picking up the dead, the mortally wounded. If not, I will reside on the entrance of the south side, where you all entered, and I will heal you in here. Common treatments of poultices that I have learned. the many years of service and my adventures and my life growing up. Blacksmith, House Gulrez is over there. They are the same and very ones that make weapons for the gladiators that fight for House Gulrez. They take their service away from the compound and work here to ensure that all weapons are ready and edged to fight. Kitchen, banquet style. Take as much as you want. Mead, ale, wine, foods. Don't think of this as your last meal. I have utmost confidence that you all will survive and you will succeed. Is there any questions that you have for me now that we are settled?
Is it your responsibility to heal us between rounds, or is it your only job is to preserve life as best as you can?
My job is, first and foremost, my position is to preserve life. And if you are requiring very little of treatment, then I may offer services as poultices to heal some of your wounds to ensure that you can continue to fight.
Okay.
My reagents and my abilities are limited. I cannot just continuously heal you. I am no cleric. I am no druid.
What were the tips that you can give us about this round in particular?
Of course. Usually the first rounds within the group competitions start off with fighting monstrous creatures that are in a small horde of sorts. They have been bonded and they work together, and they will come at you as such. But they are very unintelligent, and they will run at whoever is first and foremost. They will try to group up and attack together. They will have no mercy. As much of the creatures in this competition today will have no mercy.
So the first round is usually a horde then?
Generally as such. A horde in the monstrous sense. Imagine then it might be 3, 4, 5. I've seen 8 sometimes.
Understood.
Imagine if it was pixies, guys.
It was just like,
Great.
yes! Yes!
That is just like, everyone stand back. I've got this.
Thanos doesn't
turn-
actually have a nemesis enemy, but if he did,
Thanos, I was
They would only
thinking,
pixies.
with how fast you can fire a crossbow, I do think if I'm going to heighten somebody's abilities, Maldor would probably be the one I heighten, because he's also in the front, whereas me and you are in the like range sense, and you would have an equal opportunity to do as much damage like that.
Yes, that I believe that makes the most sense. That and don't really need the bonuses near as much as Maldor. I can kind of teleport.
All right.
if only Maldor could have had Greater Cleave.
If only.
If
He just
only,
needs a whirlwind attack, special made for Maldor.
if only he could be a little bit stronger at what he does. You know, he's just a little bit too
A little bit
underpowered.
stronger.
Poor guy.
Motherfucker got
Great.
25 strength now.
I know.
Oh God, you do, don't you? Oh, son of a.
Yes.
Is there anything that increases dexterity in this game? I don't think it is.
Like over the limit.
No.
No. Okay.
Yeah, so that was one of the things I'm talking about into the crafting guide. I don't know if you see that there's like a little hammer thing on the top right of your character sheets, but there's a system agnostic module that I'm going to be working with in terms of actually creating a very Warcraft style crafting. In terms of you'll have like reagent items that you'll find that you can place within, and then eventually they'll consume into recipes. And so one of the things was like, well, we have a belt that gives strength. We should have like
A pogo
something
stick.
that gives we should have something that gives dexterity, right? We
I
should
think
have this. We should have
version of
that.
the
So
elven boots or something. Yeah.
yeah. So my logic is to have essentially removing the 5e magical items and some of them and the concepts of some of them, and just having like a ring of protection +1, +2, +3. In terms of same thing with the weapons, same thing with the armor, and then going towards belts. Right, a belt can continue to be like belt of strength, but instead of saying it's fire giant strength, we'll just say it's belt of strength. But then it requires like fire giant's blood. That's one of the reagents to do. In the
Makes
same
sense.
way, there'd be like a circlet of intelligence, right? That would require certain reagents, and then kind of working through that. I think that'd be really, really fun.
Eyeliner of charisma.
I can't wait.
Eyeliner of charisma. You know what? That's not that bad.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
It's pretty good.
eyeliner of charisma.
I mean, it could just be face of the many. Yeah. Buff.
Face of the many. Yeah.
I need
Yes.
that item.
It's the guy liner.
Is there one for wisdom?
Mm.
Because I know there's the headband of intellect, but
Periapt was a necklace in third edition. I don't know
No.
if it's in 5e.
That's kind of the thing too. It's like, a lot of those items are like wondrous, where in concept they actually wouldn't be like, you wouldn't find like a copy of them in the world. And I think that where my system, or how I DM too, and how I hand out magical items too, is more along the lines of like reproducible, right? These basic level of things, and so they should be put towards like a specific item and very general in their name and things. So if we do go that route, then you can imagine that we'll probably be limiting the amount of wondrous items that are existing within the 5e magical items list. So they just would not be like in the world. You'd have more of
My
like
cloak of the bat.
like a cloak of the bat would not be like a thing.
We're just gonna delete it. No more cloak of the bat.
Delete it. God,
Sure.
get it
That's
out of
fine.
here.
Boots
Well,
of
that would
Elven
be-
Kind does the same thing. I just can't turn into a bat.
I just can't
Oh.
turn into a bat.
Can't turn into a bat.
That's fine. I'm taking levels in Druid. I'll be able to turn into a bat again anyway.
I'll just turn into a bat anyway.
Take my items away.
Don't you dare take my items away. God damn.
Don't take my toys from me, Mom. All right.
So Varus, you got this first round by yourself. We're going to wait for you.
Sure. Whatever you say.
should just be one fireball. You'd be good to go.
Utmost confidence.
Doesn't he have some new spells?
I have
Probably.
one new spell that I want to use.
We haven't had like a legit stand-up fight since like the last time we leveled and everything.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I have new items, but I don't really have that many new spells.
I have new items too. Nice shiny breastplate on finally.
Out of character question here. How often do you face a creature with less than 3 intelligence? I feel like less than 3 is like really, really, really stupid.
Pure beasts and
Beasts.
zombies.
Yep. Undead usually.
Okay.
Like I think a T-Rex has a 2, so if that gives you the idea of like the types of beasts you'd be looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So, as you all are sitting here, there is a series of drums that begin to be played. In terms of the background, it's just kind of this mellow, like drum tone that now is proceeding forward.
Vegan, not now.
I have to practice.
Did you learn how to use those while we were?
He's a bard,
mean-
of course.
You hit it. It's a drum.
It's not
I-
complicated.
Don't
It's not a string
patronize.
instrument. Oh, this is so cool.
And there's a slight shake and a slight rumble in the actual ground. So the ground is like now kind of moving because of the crowds like cheering, but you actually don't hear that cheering. Like it's too far away. So you just have like the slight dull tone of the movement of them. And then one of the House representatives stands up, holding up their journal, and clip it, and turn it in, and they begin to pull their group, and they begin to walk towards that southwestern tunnel. Approaching it, they move to the guards left and right on the back side of it, and they grab levers, each one of them. And the portcullis lifts up, and they can proceed in, the portcullis sets down. So, after a period, you're just kind of waiting here, and you're trying to anticipate what is happening. And each time these groups come, they do a similar fanfare, kind of hearing that the drums kind of encroach these similar tones, like a war, kind of a gong kind of comes out as they start, right? And you're just kind of waiting, seeing the groups come back. They don't look good. So you're fourth. So there's 3 groups here that are kind of going through. They have multiple different like lacerations and wounds across their body, large puncture wounds. One of the legs of this like fighter is like crushed, and their armor's like been smashed in. They're being carted into back to this space, and their healer is trying to help them out. And the person's like, "I'll be fine. Wrap it up. I'll be fine. Don't worry about it." And all of this stuff is happening right around you, and then it comes to your time after an hour or so has passed.
Oh boy.
Guys, ill-fated on
Billy.
3. 1, 2, 3. Ill-fated. Let's go.
Come back next week for character creation, guys.
Huh?
Oh, there will be no TPK. What are we talking about here?
I was gonna say, have you seen how much damage we do? I'm not worried about this.
You gotta stop saying that.
Famous last words as they attempt for Dungeon Master.
It's just poking the bear, and
Yeah,
the bear
that's
is
poking the
Michael.
bear.
I mean, yeah, the stronger we get, the stronger they get. It's fair. I'm okay with that. It just means I have to think
Remember
a
the
little
tale of Keyfish. It's an important fable.
bit. Of who?
I still have horror nightmares about the story him telling us about PKing the guy the very first time, hovering
His
up.
first session. Yeah.
Just
All right, everyone
disintegrated.
should be in. Everyone should be able to see this.
Yep.
Okay. So the same drums start happening as soon as you begin to make way down before the actual labyrinth. You then hear voices. Then the fanfare begins to kick off. The voices of the crowd begins to slowly stop.
As we're walking, I'm gonna cast Mage Armor on myself.
You see his heel is at your backside. Portcullis raised, the rampart that's coming up right next towards you. You may proceed forward. Good luck.
Let's go, shall we?
And take a step back, and portcullis slams down. Deegan, where are you going?
I'll move as soon as I can. I'm refreshing.
All right, I'll have it paused then. This map is pretty large.
This is huge. Yeah.
It's not
I
not
was like,
graphically
yeah, I'll stay
intensive, but
here.
it's pretty large.
And then I scrolled out and realized I was only like 10% of the way into the map. I was like, oh wait.
Yeah, as we're walking out though, I'm like definitely waving at everybody, you know. They're trying to get the crowd pumped up.
Yeah, so the Coliseum is hundreds and hundreds of feet high. The grandstands go all the way to the top of those areas. The rafters kind of coming with those pylons covered in canvas, so it creates a shadow-like effect at times over the grandstands, not really on the field of play. So there's a soft rain kind of falling down here, and the sand is a little bit getting wet by that, but it's holding too. You also see the tracks, potentially, of large creatures that have stamped into the sand and have been moved. But they actually have come through with rakes and cleared some of the tracks in the way, especially the blood. So you see little bits of blood here in here as well, but they're kind of trying to shovel and kind of hide a little bit underneath the sand so it's not out there. There are boxes in the middle point of those hundreds feet. Those kind of make way, forming a circlet around, right, separating some of the grandstands away from the next level of grandstands. And the boxes all have people that are in these balconies overhanging, looking at all of you, as well as the crowds, right? And they're all kind of cheering and yelling outwards. The box that exists, the largest, on the north side of you all, right above, is Coolrez's box. And there's the banner of House Coolrez draping down, as well as some of these other boxes having their own banners of house names and things. And you can see up there that there is a gold dragonborn high up into the air, kind of wearing very regal clothing. It's too difficult to tell, I think, at that point. I'm laying out a little bit. Hold on. Brace with
Flag
her.
set again.
I'm coming back, boys. Don't worry about it.
Hey,
I'm back.
you're back.
Oh, there you
And
are.
Yep, yeah, there we
yeah,
are.
and then they have a hawk or an eagle right on the shoulder that's there. Okay. So, Tegan, are you
I'm back
are
again
you
whenever you
into
want.
the map?
Awesome.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna have you run up here, and then no one move but Tegan. So Tegan, just move your token where you would be in terms of the party formation.
Oh. This is scary. I guess I'll go here.
Lucar,
So-
do you want to be that far back?
Probably not.
Make your final movement up, Lucar.
I'll just stand next to Meldor.
Okay.
Wherever he is.
All right. So as you get yourselves, you're running across the sand. This is happening at your mid-run. Okay. You hear a large vocal point coming from the perspective of the Gold Dragonborn. Ill-fated, and as that name kind of rings out, there is a large like gong sound that kind of hits outwards. And I want to say this is the gong. No, that's not it at all. Which one is it?
That was kind of interesting.
Oh.
One of these is like a gong, like a real large gong sound.
The real question is with the light rain, is there like a little bit of sunshine or is it overcast?
It's cloudy and it's raining.
Oh,
Look,
so I'm
that's
not
the-
producing rainbows right now. Okay.
No,
That's
you're
the
not
real
producing
question.
rainbows. So that gong then emanates outwards, and as that gong emanates outwards, the drum tone actually subsides, and the crowd becomes, kind of loud, a little bit rambunctious, right? And then the portcullis gate immediately swings up on the northern rampart, and 3 huge creatures come out on a run. As they run outwards, they are large dinosaur T-Rex creatures, 3 of them in a pod. As they run outwards, they have chains around the necks. They're kind of hanging downwards. They've just kind of been let loose, and so they're just kind of trudging. One hits into where the portcullis gate that they've entered into, smashing into it, and like the lead is like snapping at the other one, and they let out a series of roar. Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
All right. And they look towards you lot there in the center, and they begin to lower their heads in a run to attack. All right. So we're going to go take a break before we get into some combat for our fight. If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. We'll be back in 10 minutes or so. So it puts us about 1:30 p.m. PST, and hopefully you join us when we get back. So bye.
Bye, chat.
Bye.
All right, welcome back. Thank you for joining us for the Ill-Fated. We're coming here to the second half of the session. We have entered into the Coliseum, into the group competition specifically and only. We have set wages on ourselves, and now we are fighting to the death of these monstrous creatures, hopefully, to accomplish this in a good time so that we can put a stake into the grand prize, 15,000 gold, as well as the 5-to-1 winnings that we will be getting here. Now, and everyone,
What you did
this
what you didn't hear off stream was the DM just told us his intention for this is for us to all die, like right before.
No, I have to. I always make a disclaimer for this. I don't think I did it last. I mean, I try to remember to make a disclaimer. Let me rephrase that because I have had player characters die in this sequence of stuff. So
How
I
many?
do want to.
Sips coffee.
How many players have died? in this arena?
That was
Alright.
your answer.
I
So
sip tea
initiative
for you,
time?
sir.
Let's go.
I need everyone to roll initiatives.
All right.
Not 20. Close enough.
God damn, Tegan.
On brand.
Very good.
My initiative is literally always 8 every fight.
I was gonna
exactly
say,
8.
do you roll
Very,
like
very
above a
on
10
brand
on
initiative.
initiative?
No, it's always exactly 8. I think like the last 12 fights.
I think it was 8 on Friday too, wasn't it?
Maybe Athos is usually pretty good.
All right. So we are going to start out with Tegan.
Yay!
Tegan, you're up round 1.
Let's go.
Let me get off the measuring tool. I'm gonna say, oh, okay, dinosaurs, right?
Every time he can't just have a normal reaction. It's always just, oh
I mean,
no.
that seems like a reasonable reaction to sudden dinosaurs.
Don't worry, little drummer boy will protect you.
okay.
Will protect you.
Let me just completely drop the template in a place that doesn't make any sense. No.
I've done that before.
I think
So this is
I measured-
120 feet is the cast. You can get 120 feet at the center point of them. Pinging that location, that center point is right there, and that is the maximum you can cast this spell.
so. The center of the cube can be in that position.
Correct. Or the edge, the bottom edge of it, right? But this is as far as you can throw that template. And it could be the bottom edge or the center or the top, right?
Can I place it so I hit only the one on the right and the one on the back?
Yeah, I mean, you just got to keep it the line, right?
Right. I'm trying to like drag with my. Okay, we're good. I gotta place
Do
it.
you
again, sorry.
do you not have a mouse?
No.
God damn it, dude.
Tegan, I'm gonna need you to send me your address. You're gonna get a care package of a bunch of random. Okay,
He's trying to drag it with a drag over the
there's
track.
just gonna be a random care package. of
Make
a
the
bunch of
saving throws,
hand-me-down
Michael.
shit.
You son of a bitch.
Yeah, you
Jesus.
son of a bitch. All right, so your hypnotic pattern is going to go out here. Only one of them actually is going to fail. It is the
wow.
lead one. This one is going to fall prey to the charmed condition and the incapacitated condition, courtesy of the spell.
What did that one? All right. Well, it's tough.
His tiny little rave hands. It's just-
Mhm.
Now realizing how close I am to them getting to us, I say, okay, and now time to leave. Tap Maldo in the back, say, you got it, big guy.
Bardic inspiration here. All right. Again, testing it. Hopefully it works as normal. It
AKA crack
does.
inspiration.
Oh, is the end of turn thing going?
Well, it's not your turn, so you don't see
It
it.
only pops up on
Oh,
your turn.
okay.
Yeah. That's still there.
Sweet.
That's That's a default Foundry thing, just FYI. There's no module.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. If that's broken, we have problems. We have some serious fucking problems. All right, Thanos, you're up next.
All right, we're gonna do what Thanos does best. We're gonna move forward, pull out my nice crossbow with its necrotic energy around it, and we're just gonna start shooting some stuff.
So anyway,
That's the hand crossbow, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyways, I started last. All right, so 19 is gonna hit. You deal 10 points of piercing and necrotic damage.
All right, we're going to shoot again.
Natural 1. Ooh. So as you fire your new Dark Steel Dragonwing hand crossbow, you begin to launch your bolt. It gets jammed on the reload. You again crush the bolt, and it disappears in your hands. You then get to fire it.
Imagine you break it second shot.
Bonus
Just gotta
action.
break it in.
That's also another thing I was going to add to the new crafting thing to see if you got natural 1s that would break your weapons, but I was like, I don't know what that. 16 is going to hit 20 points of piercing and necrotic damage. So both bolts kind of clipping in and then puncturing and then dispelling, right? The bolts just going to disappear. So you see the chunks coming in and hitting the shoulders of the creature.
And then dreaded ambusher shot. Oh, I thought that was going to be a nat 20 for a second.
It looked like it, yeah. It stalled.
13 hits. You do 30 points of piercing and necrotic damage.
Nice.
Plus 1d8.
Plus the D8, yeah. Nice.
Another 8. Okay.
All right, and that will end my turn there.
All right, ending turn. This one is incapacitating charm, so it has no turn to take, and it's not taking any damage, so no roll or any sort of disabling of the ability. We now come to this T-Rex. This Tyrannosaurus Rex is roaring up into the air. It moves a total of 100 feet on a dash. So as it does, it is going to run right up towards both of you in a full charge. Dash action as it runs up, rushing into the sand, lowering its head, lets out a small roar and a chirp, ending its turn. Varys, you're up next.
I'm gonna move up a bit into the right. And then I'm gonna throw out a gravity sinkhole from my staff, so you'll see. God damn it! I didn't move up on the map enough. But, all right, here we go. You'll see Varys like grab his hand towards the staff and like pull the spell out of it, and throw it on the 2 T-Rexes in the back.
All right, so the gravity sinkhole comes out. It is going to be successful, and against obviously both creatures, but only one of them is going to succeed. It's going to be full damage and then half, and then if I recall correctly, let's see.
That one in the back is Big Daddy Dinosaur, succeeding all the saves.
I know it
dude.
succeeded in both saves. I know. The one that was incapacitated is the one that failed. Creature is going to be pulled in a straight line toward the center of the sphere, ending in an unoccupied space. So it simply is going to go here. That's going to be towards the center, or it kind of collapses into its friend. And then, I believe the hypnotic pattern here is going to end because it took damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were just
No
scorched
longer
up. I had to
charmed
do
or-
it.
No longer charmed or incapacitated. And then I'll delete the template for that. Ending your concentration, Tegan. Okay.
That'll be it for me.
Okay, so you hold up your staff. You kind of point the staff in the general direction. As it happens, you see this kind of purplish energy bolt just going to shoot out towards the center point, and then a swirl of that kind of black hole effect, and then kind of begins to pull them together, one of which kind of grabs with its talons into the sand, the other one failing to do so. Lucar, you're up next.
We're having lizard tonight. And I'm going to swing my blade.
Coming across with the Big Bear Thune, 16 hits.
These are kind of dragons, right?
They're definitely not dragons. 15 points of slashing damage.
Dragon
dealt.
adjacent.
Dragon adjacent.
They're like third cousins, right?
Second strike. That's what
Oh, baby.
And you almost rolled max damage on it. Jesus Christ.
Boom!
31 total points of damage coming across like a roar, slashing at the head of the T-Rex as it lowers itself down, coming across into the jaw.
You gonna smite that crit?
What? No,
You gonna smite that crit?
no, man. We got 3 rounds of
I was
fucking
gonna say,
combat.
yeah.
Lucar's
this is literally
like
first round.
longevity.
No,
None of
I'm
us have
gonna,
even been hit yet.
I'm gonna elbow Maldor, and I'm gonna be like, "You got this. You got this."
Everyone's just hyping up Maldor. He's getting Bardics from everybody, man.
All right, we now come to the one that has succeeded quite handsomely here. This one is going to make its 100-foot dash aimed towards the back of the lot.
Move so fast, he turned into
Did you see that?
It
Yes.
is a kickflip, man. I told you, kickflip the T-Rexes, dude.
Kickflip and T-Rexes.
It's so freaking great. I think that's the about face module trying to flip the token. It's so cool looking. All right, Baldur, you're next.
All right. Yeah. So he's gonna move around. I can inhabit this thing's space, right?
Okay, it's huge. Yep.
He's gonna move around behind him. And bonus action. Pop out a little friend.
God, we
My
haven't seen the
little
Echo in so
friend.
long.
And yeah, we're gonna attack this lizard person.
Okay.
So this is a flank, yes.
Correct.
Do you even
Oh,
need it
boy.
with like your plus a bajillion?
Plus a bajillion.
Butthole strike.
All right, 18 comes across here. That's going to be successful in the attack. 31 total points of slashing damage. So you come up behind the creature, running up behind, slashing to its leg, then up through the back of the tail, and the ass of the creature falters to the left side and then topples down, bleeding out and dead from blood loss.
Let's go.
All right. And
Let's
Echo's gonna
go.
take a step over there and we'll do it again.
Crowd cheers.
How do you guys think the
Taking
crowd's
away?
gonna react if I feed
And the
these
Echo,
T-Rex?
13 is going to hit. That deals 34 total points of slashing damage.
Jesus Christ.
And then we will unleash incarnation. Hit him one more time.
Is it adding the bless
There's no bless.
from the Bardic because of the gift?
Oh, he gets
Oh.
to choose if he wants
Because
to
he's
add
got
it.
the gift board, yeah.
Yeah, but
Oh,
you have
yeah, it is
to.
a
So you.
bless. Oh.
So you have to state that you want to activate your gift. Is that what you want to do with your Bardic?
Oh, I thought it was just passively on all of them.
No, you've never really done it in combat before, so you have to state that you're doing it when you're doing your Bardic Inspiration. That's fine if you want to do that.
No, it's fine. I'll save it. I didn't know it was a one for only one of them. I thought it was passively. Oh, that's cool.
No, so there's an effect that happens. So there's not any sort of penalty to do it, but except for the visual effect.
Oh, then I would have activated. Yes, because
Okay.
I thought it was just passively.
No, so it's a passive thing. Yeah, you're correct on that. But it's more of an effect. So I let you in combat determine if that's something you want to do. So I should have stated when you did that. So when you use your Bardic Inspiration in the direction of Maldor, when you do that, you can see that purple pinkish cactus light kind of sprouts from you in the direction of Maldor. And as that happens, Maldor is kind of static with it, like it's invigorated with that energy.
Gotcha.
There's a visual effect of that purple pink lightning around Maldor right now.
Interesting.
He's even all shiny now.
Right. I'm glowing. All right. So the last hit, yeah, hit 33 damage, and that will end his turn.
All right, ending turn. Tegan, you're up next.
I think I'm just gonna.
What is that?
What?
What?
Oh, never mind. That was something going on outside. Sorry.
He's like staring outside. What the fuck is happening? Love it.
When I heard it, I thought it was like an in-game sound, because it's like everything's muffled, and then like I was like, oh.
I think I'm just gonna. I was thinking about another hypnotic pattern, but
You got these things if you want.
yeah, literally. So I'm just gonna drop a shatter on this one. I think.
Shadow! Yeah, drop of the shadow.
Playing on the bongos.
Playing the bongos. As you play the bongos, you can see the sound waves being produced. Then you take your hand, you kind of lob it, and this large explosion sound kind of emanates outwards. The creature is going to fail with a 15, takes 11 points of thunder damage.
I should have been doing this the whole time. This is kind of fun.
Should have been playing music this whole time.
Should have been doing it the whole time. What was I thinking? What were you thinking?
So if I give Bardic to Lucar, can I activate the gift again?
That's correct. So that's exactly what the point I was trying to make. So you have to basically say, okay, I want to use my Bardic Inspiration, and I want to activate my gift with this Bardic Inspiration. It is a passive thing, right? But I just want you to be aware, to not catch you off guard, that it's visually abrasive that it's happening.
Right.
So
It's
in a
something
combat
that's
situation,
actively altering things.
exactly. So if you're trying to Barkly inspire someone for deception or something, and you don't want them to know, like you have to toggle it on.
I see.
And
I see.
And I do that for combat too. You might not want to show the crowd right now that you're whipping out this crazy magic, because there is thousands of people in the audience stands
Damn it, our
No,
spies.
That are watching you cast purple.
that are
and pink
watching you
cackling.
cast purple and pink cackling lightning.
They know you're Spider-Man now.
Do you see, Tegan? You got me now, baby.
Tegan did
You
that
got me
correct.
now.
Could not
You got me
connect
now,
that
right,
at all.
Tegan? You connected it, right? You got me.
Well,
I got you.
here's the
I
thing.
prompted you.
Damodar knows we're here now. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, he's going to
Lyndon's
show up
knowledge
in
is
round
different
3.
than Tegan's.
We're gonna
and
get
Tegan
stabbed
already
in the
casted
alley
it
now.
once, so we're already that
mean,
ship
you're already
has
in
already
it, yeah.
sailed.
We're already down the rabbit hole. We may as well
Yeah.
continue.
Yeah, we're
The
just
ship
gonna
has
get
already
stabbed in the
sailed.
alley. It's fine.
Okay, so you
So-
are going to be doing the Bark Inspiration onto Lucar and then applying the Bless.
Yep.
Okay, so Lucar, you as well are now going to be, sparkling and cackling with that purple and pink lightning as well.
Consequences to actions, but and then Tegan's gonna run away.
That sounds like Tegan.
Like, Lucar, you guys, yep, Thanos, you keep doing you, buddy. I'm gonna be over here.
Yep, dude. Yep, got it. Yeah.
Tegan out here shouting, "Receive my gift!"
All right, Thanos, your turn. Receive my gift, baby. I just imagine you playing the bongos and just shooting it from your groin or something.
Yep. Tegan's giving it to him.
It's more of a
7.
hit motion. It's more of a wind up, and then a.
Dark Steel Wing Fragment Crossbow, mouthful as it is not landing. So 7 as you fire off, zips by. Then you go for another shot here. 17 is going to hit, and that is going to deal a total of 21 points of piercing and necrotic damage. It's going to hit towards the top end of the head.
And we'll bonus action for one more shot.
All right, using bonus action for the last shot here, 16 is going to hit, and that comes into the center point of its chest. As it hits into the center point of its chest, it kind of begins to falter down, hitting into the sand and then skirting.
All right, I'm going to walk up towards this one, and you guys are going to see me start to grab a bag off my hip. And I will end my turn there.
Ending turn, we now come to this one. But before we come to this one's turn, something begins to happen. The sands to the left and right of everyone. As it begins to occur, the sand begins to lower itself down, revealing small ramparts in the earth.
Oh, there's more.
Oh no! Oh no!
A series of 8 more creatures that entered the field, bear-like
These
owl
fucking
creatures,
alb.
as they begin to run up the ramparts, led by chains at the back end portcullis. As you can see them shut, and they're kind of shoved in this preemptive space. And simply put, the sand has caved in like this, fell through to a rock sandstone, and then they're running up with the portcullis down a series of tunnels. So this has sit somewhere underneath the labyrinth as they enter in. The creatures are going to enter into the fight now.
Didn't he say as many as 8 and we're now at 11? The fuck is this shit?
He set us up.
All right, this creature is going to do a dash action full charge, and then is going to end its turn. Ending turn. We now come to one of the owl bears, moving 40 feet towards you, Tegan. Then comes in for a beak. As it claws its beak at you, Tegan. 15 misses. You'll brace yourself, turning with the blue dragon scales clipping away. It then raises itself up with claws. Comes
Shield.
in to rake against you. I heard a shield. I heard a shield call. You gonna shield?
Yeah, because I'm
Okay.
gonna get a lot more attacks than just these 2 from this one. So
All right, so tapping onto the shield. You don't necessarily need to click it if you don't want to. I know your system, right? Getting that spell
Yeah.
effect might be hard. Just keep track of your spells that you use the shield. So tapping to get +5 to your armor class here. That's going to bring you up to a total of 24 armor class until the start of your next turn. The claw strike strikes into the shield, bouncing off of it for a brief moment. You see the creature turning its head, rotating, bouncing back a little bit, begins to make a series of calls towards its friends.
oh
This
no.
one charges out, and as it charges out, it looks towards the T-Rex. Goes in for a beak attack at the T-Rex.
Nice! Let's go!
20 hits
Let's
the T-Rex. 9 points of piercing damage, and then goes in for a claw strike. Rake against the side of the leg, 17 hits, and that deals 8 points of slashing damage in the direction of the T-Rex. Now, it's going to end its turn in that position. We come to the next owlbear. This one is going to funnel past, and as it is, it moves 25 feet, turns, and snaps its attention from left to right, sees the T-Rex, and begins to look on the south end, running in full bore with its dash action to get to this space here, turning and looking in the direction of you, Varys, and its other friend, kind of looking from left to right. Begins to make a series of notions and
Poor
voices,
thing.
and it seems
Oh
to be
my
very
God.
confused. Varys, you're up.
Okay, we'll go with a slow spell here. I'm gonna go ahead and cast slow on the. Let's see, can I do that? Yeah, I can actually. We'll go ahead and slow all these.
All right, so throwing off slow, they all three are going to fail. And you see, right before you cast it, this one turns its attention to you as you hold up your hand, shooting it outwards, and pulls its head back. It goes into almost retaliate because you use magic next to it. So the spell is effective, and all three are slowed down.
Okay, then we'll end my turn there.
Ending turn, Lucar, you're up next.
Okay, I'm going to see the ones towards Varys and Tegan. I'm gonna move over here. I'm gonna stop for a moment and admire the owlbear. I think it's the first time I've seen one. It's kind of cute.
Then you went to kill it too.
Say a small, damn it, I gotta kill these things now. Kill it.
Murder. Swinging the sword, 35 is going to hit.
Are we sure?
20 points
Probably.
of slashing damage dealt. Secondary attack coming through. 23 is going to hit. That deals 19 points of slashing damage. Coming across with both strikes from left to right across the owlbear's chest and right leg. Takes the hit, faltering a little bit, bleeding profusely. Feathers are flying off of it.
And that'll be it.
All right, creature's still alive. Ending your turn. Maldur, you're up next.
Alright. So, seeing the owlbear is funneling out and being distracted by the T-Rex, he's going to step to this side. Echo will move here. And he's going to continue working on the T-Rex. Can I flank with the owlbear, given that it is not friendly?
No, you cannot flank with the owlbear. It must be a friendly.
Okay. That was my assumption. Just wanted to check. Yeah, so you will attack.
Coming across with the single attack here. First attack is going to be a 21. She's going to hit. It's going to do 26 points of slashing damage, hitting into the right leg. All right, next attack, 22. That is going to hit.
Please rerolls.
33 points of damage as it slashes in once and twice.
And we will unleash incarnation one more time.
Spending Unleash Incarnation to get another attack here.
Oh.
Woo-hoo-hoo!
Nice.
Natural
Ooh.
20!
Fuck
Total
off.
56 points of damage. You come into the creature slicing, bring it to its leg, it begins to half crouch down, hitting into the sand. You then bring the axe, swinging it into the creature's neck region, coming in. Creature falls, head tilts to the left.
And then he's just going to take the rest of his movement to engage this owlbear.
Okay.
If they allow,
Okay.
no, go ahead. You're fine.
They love it. They love that shit.
Yeah, that'll end his turn. That's all I was going to say.
All right, ending turn. We have another owlbear. As it does, it begins to move, making its dash up to its friend. It's been attacked by Lucar. Turns his attention after the dash. Get ready to retaliate. Now come to this one that is slowed. The slow here is going to provide a negative to the armor class. Some dexterity saving those. Can't use your action. It has to choose an action or bonus, and then I believe it has half movement speed.
Yeah.
And it'll be able to make a saving throw at the end of its turn. Now, Maldor, you've kind of killed that creature in charge step. This is going to move in the direction of you, turn its attention, and then it raises its beak to come in for a peck. That is going to be a 17, which misses you. That is going to be the end of its turn. Prompts for a saving throw here. That is going to be a failure on the saving throw to end the effect. Ending turn. This one is going to charge up, fit into space, come to the right-hand side of its friend, and begins to push and nudge them as if to protect them away from the murderous Lucar. As a dash to get to that point ends its turn. Now come to the top of round 3. Tegan, you're up next.
I think knowing that Varys is by himself right now, I'm gonna cast Dissonant Whispers on the one
On
attacking him. Yes.
On Varys. Make him run away.
Have my chance.
All right, so Dissonant Whispers ringing outwards. The creature is going to fail its saving throw. So on a failed save, it takes 3d6 fighting damage. It must immediately use its reaction to run away. Unfortunately for you, it's slow.
It doesn't
has
have
no
a
reaction to take.
Oh my god.
8 points of psychic damage and cannot move.
I tried, Varys.
Just
leave him alone!
Not my poor wizard boy.
It'll be fine. I'm sure.
He hasn't even had the 5 pleasures of a woman yet.
Oh. He had the five
But he did
pleasures
have
of the dome,
Palu.
though.
At least I understand what sex is.
Hey, look, I don't.
5 pleasures of a partner. Yeah, no. At least I understand what it is. Yeah, Theodore. I love it.
All right. I
It's too
don't
young.
have any bonus actions besides that. Bark
Okay.
inspiration. I don't think we need to burn anymore. So yeah.
All right, Thanos, you're up next.
Man, I was gonna feed Artemis, but I guess we're gonna kill these owlbears first. So I'm just gonna shoot the one that's on top of Varys. Wherever this is.
All right, 19 is going to hit. And that does a total of 26 points of piercing and necrotic damage. Zips into its fur pretty deep. This bolt kind of falters itself down to kind of a crouch and picks itself up.
All right, we'll shoot it again.
Has anyone been hit yet?
16. It's going to hit. Deals 27 points of piercing necrotic damage. The bolt lands into its head. Falters down to the side. Dead.
And then I guess I'll shoot the one that they were fighting earlier and try to thin out the herd a little bit.
All right, 17 is going to be a hit, and that deals 23 points of piercing necrotic damage. Lands in the side of its head. Falters down dead.
Got to say, I'm quite proud of this crossbow.
So as you say that, the crossbow begins to look up to you with two little eyes. I'm proud of you too, Thanos. Thank you.
This fucking thing becomes sentient. I'd be
Accidentally
okay.
created a sentient crossbow. Oh.
That would be Thanos' luck.
Please
That
be
would
canon.
Thanos'
Please be
luck.
canon.
All right, so it is going to take its action to dash, and then half its movement speed and get to that position. Basically, looks in the direction of what's in front, which is the echo. Remember, it's coming from a rampart up, so it's like coming up, and then it sees right its targets. That is going to be the end of its turn. On coming to the end of its turn, the rampart is now being lifted slowly and surely to close and refill the sand. So its sand is going to fall down on top of it, begins to be pulled up. Come to the last owlbear here to actually remove itself. It is going to run up, charging in the direction of Thanos, seeing you fire bolts at its friend. As you're admiring your crossbow for talking to you, it comes in with a beak strike to catch you off guard. This is going to be a 14, which misses as you dodge underneath it. Then comes in for a claw strike to rake your right-hand side. Natural 1 is what I rolled here. Comes in
Keep the
and
streak
simply
going.
just comes through this timing. It sifts through the sand, slips a little bit, picks itself up. It's okay. We now come to this owlbear. This owlbear's attention focused at Maldor. Comes in for a beak strike towards you, Maldor. It's 11, which misses, then goes in for a claw strike at you to come rake against. That is going to be a 16, which misses as well. Striking into your heavy armor, raking across, holding your great sword to parry, whatever means necessary, and you're unharmed. Varys, you're up next.
I'm gonna move right here. And I'll pull out my lightning spell scroll and read the words on it, and it'll burn up, and I'll hit all these ones in a line.
Sweet Jesus.
These poor owlbears.
These
What
poor
did they
owlbears.
do?
What did they ever do to you?
So to be clear, we have not been damaged yet.
Yeah.
So as you walk onto the body of a fallen owlbear, you step onto its body, pulling up the spell scroll, begin to whip your hands back and forth, then begin to consume it into lightning, flying your hands back left to right. You hold out your hands, casting lightning bolt as you yell, "Unlimited power!"
Do it.
Streaking across the air. One of them is going to succeed. The other two have failed, applying damage. 31 total, 15 and a half.
Fucking lightning bolt, dude. Jesus Christ.
And I'll end my turn.
All right, ending turn. Lucar, you're up next.
Okay. One closest to me. I stab it in the face.
I stab it.
Cross with a stab in the face. That's going to be a 19, which hits.
Did you roll a 4 and get a 19?
That's correct. 16 is slashing damage. It's going to come across. Well, you're blessed. You technically it's an 8 on the roll. So the 4
Wow.
on the D4. Come across with the 16 points damage, slashing into its leg. Secondary attack coming through here. That is going to be a hit, obviously. 22 is going to hit. And that is near max damage, 19 total points. You come top down, slashing into its shoulder, cleaving it down.
And I'm going to end my turn.
Ending turn. Now you're up next.
All right, we have a collection of angry owlbears. Let's-
Put them down, man. Put them down.
I'm sure your minds are thinking, wow, there's this many groups of owlbears they fucking have.
Holy shit! Yeah, there was 8 owlbears. There's 5.
8 owlbears. It's more than that. 14 hits, 31 points of damage, put the owlbear down. You look up and you go, shh, come with the axe, slap into its head, his skull slashed.
Daddy!
You gotta put him down, Dad! You gotta put him down! Go across to the next attack, 23 is gonna hit. That is gonna deal buco damage. 34 points of damage coming across into its shoulder, ripping it through to the chest, piercing blood from its lungs.
And then because I killed one, bonus action, Great Weapon Master attack.
Okay, using your bonus for Great Weapon Master, that is going to hit as well. There's not a, I don't think there's an attack you won't hit based on your modifiers right now on this creature. Let's see, that 130 is going to hit down, and you kill that one, coming into its head, chopping its head into half. Begins to falter down. The crowd continues to cheer, not just at you, but at your party.
He will just move into position on the other one and end his turn.
All right. This one looks towards you, Lucar, comes in for a beak peck. That's going to be a 26, which hits you.
No!
7 points of piercing damage to you, Lucar, prompting concentration of Shield of Faith.
No!
Please don't fail your concentration on Shield of Faith.
All right, so you're good
I
on
think
the
you're all right.
concentration.
Yeah,
Then comes in
you're
for a
fine.
claw strike at you to rake across. That is going to be a natural 20.
Oh,
Jesus.
Damn.
Lucar, you are hit for 29 points of slashing damage. As the owlbear is retaliating against you for killing its friends. Honestly, you should be retaliating for the owlbear, really. But it rakes against your crystal flesh and kind of comes through your armor, lacerating it, and you are bleeding at the present moment. The owlbear makes a series of clicking and whoo sounds as it looks and surveys the scene. This next one looks towards you, Tegan, and then comes in for a beak and a claw attack as well. Beak comes through, 20 is going to hit you. 7 points
This
of
is
piercing
Lucar's
damage
fault.
is dealt, then comes in for the claw strike. That
Bad
is going to
birdie,
be
bad.
a 26, which hits you, and that deals 19 total points of slashing damage. Now I'm rolling good. As it comes
Yeah,
through the
it's
back,
bad.
peeking through your armor, and then coming through your lacerations, coming raking across, bleeding into the sand. It's not like a good Lucar seeing it, but you know the damage you're putting out, and these creatures have no armor on. You're feeling confident you'll survive. Tegan, you're up next. Round 4.
I'm gonna do something dumb.
Mhm.
However, it's gonna be really funny if it works.
Mhm.
I'm gonna take a step right here and take the opportunity attack.
Okay, it's going to take it with its claws.
This man's gonna crit on you.
All right, 14 is not going to hit you. You're going to notice now that there is a cover check that is going to happen, okay? So there's cover applicable for tokens. I don't have it set for tiles at all. It's really ridiculous. But the cover is also set for walls as well. So there's wall height now that we'll be working with, and I'll be setting up maps to work with wall heights, which might provide cover, and you won't see that particularly until the roll happens. What's happening here is the creature is actually having to attack Tegan through its dead owlbear friend, which currently sits at the middle. And I have it set so the tokens are invisible. So perfectly, right? And what happens here is they get a actual plus. Tegan gets a +2 to their armor class because of the cover calculation. Okay, based
Oh.
on just hiding into the owlbear's token here, and it's trying to attack you with its claw. It does not hit you with the 14. Go ahead.
So this is a very strategic maneuver.
It is a strategic maneuver. It doesn't come. It usually comes for live tokens, but it also can apply for dead tokens as well. And
All right. Well, this strategic maneuver is going to enable me to smack this thing over the head with the staff of warding.
I can just see Varys now. You use a magic staff to do what?
He's looking at you disgustingly over here. I gave you that for what?
To be
Reason.
fair, you tried to hit me with that same staff, so
That it never
right.
worked.
so you take the staff of warding. I think the modifiers are sound there. I don't think you have any sort of
No.
buffs to your- yeah. So at 11, you're not going to hit. So you come up with a staff, sliding against the blood. Claw comes through into its owlbear friend. Then you come with the staff. I can move or swing, and you can just go boom right into the owlbear's flesh.
Varys, this thing fucking sucks.
Give it back then.
No, it's fine.
Oh, that's what I thought.
What to do?
That's
I don't got
fucking
nothing. I was really
people.
hoping I was going to kill the thing. but because I knew it was low. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna say here.
All right, Thanos, you're up next.
All right, we're about to point blank this thing. That sucks.
All right, you look at it, point blank.
Mm,
Technically, hand crossbow doesn't have, I don't think has disadvantage, right? In melee range
no,
like
because
that.
I have crossbow expert.
Yeah, crossbow expert. So 28 there, but the attack is 7, which is not going to land. So you hold your crossbow, and you see as the owlbear kind of hits your crossbow, just kind of fire it up through the air.
Rude. Absolutely rude.
You then lower it down, coming underneath it, hitting into the underneath the actual jowls of its neck. 45 points of damage critically hits the owlbear. Begins to backpedal, moving left and right, shaking its head. It's still alive.
And we are going to bonus action.
20. So staggers back left and right with crossbow directly between the eyes, firing off. 21 points of piercing necrotic damage, splints into the skull, and explodes at the back of its head. It takes the blow, falls back dead.
And I will end my turn.
Ending turn, we come to this one that is slowed. It looks in the corner of its eye, seeing the blood and the fallen friends. It looks north and sees that there is another rampart, and it thinks safety. As it does, it begins to run outside,
Sentinel attack.
prompting attack of opportunity, if that's what you wish.
No way.
We're on a time crunch, people.
21 hits. Takes 25 points of slashing damage and is unable to move on the attack of opportunity.
Oh no!
It takes the hit in the back of the legs. It then begins to pull itself, moving left and right. And it's going to use its only action here, and that is to dodge.
Oh,
Here's
that's
next.
so sad.
We're
So
just
sad.
bullying these poor creatures, dude.
Yeah.
I wonder if they bred these things.
I'll
That's
fire
horrible.
the one that's next to. Actually, you know what? We'll give it a bit of a Toll the Dead. Make it hear a ring.
You can hear a ring. 10. It's going to fail to 14. Takes 10 points of necrotic damage.
I hate that spell.
And
Eyeballs like drooping
I'll
now.
shift over and end my turn.
All right, Lucar, you're up next.
Okie doke.
All right, coming across to the swing. We don't even really need to see attack rolls. I think we should really need to see damage rolls.
Yeah.
17 points of slashing damage. Kill it. As you see, it's shaking its head from left to right, taking the Baneberry through, whistling through the air, slicing up into the middle of its spine, and its head lobbing off, falls to the ground.
Poor little owlbear. I'm gonna stab this one now too.
All right, coming for a stab. This is 17. It's going to hit. You have 17 points of slashing damage. So slash into its center point of its neck, coming through.
I'm gonna glare at it and then end my turn.
All right, glaring and ending turn. Maldor, you're up next. Seeing your prey, it tries to run away.
It's time to put it out of its misery.
To come across with your first attack, this is going to be a disadvantage as it attempts to dodge, but still hits with an 18. Turns and looks at you to get out of the way. You see in the corner of its eyes a small tear falling down. 27
Yeah.
points of damage. As you crash into its back and then falls forward, dead, sliding.
There's so much blood on our screen.
It's just
Today,
it's just covered in
The
blood.
red.
today is literally an owlbear genocide.
I could probably actually finish this, but I don't want to burn resources. That'll end his turn.
Ending turn, we come to this one, the last one remaining. It looks left and right and sees that there's a rampart to the south end that begins to run, prompting attack by speed from Lucar.
Oh,
No.
Stop running away!
Oh, poor thing.
Poor thing, dude.
Lucar goes to finish out of its misery and hits. How much damage do we have? Let's see.
Oh, pretty good. Pretty good.
18 total points of damage. Are you going to smite it?
Fuck no.
It is going to be successful in running away. Takes 18 points, is still alive. As it does, it's going to take a dash action, moving another 40 feet.
I thought Lucar had Sentinel.
No, he doesn't.
just Maldor.
No, Lucar doesn't have Sentinel.
Oh.
It's going to
We
get
talked
to here.
about it, both about
of
having
its
it as kind of
action.
redundant.
Begins to run away in the direction of the rampart.
Thanos.
Ending turn. Tegan up next.
Sportsman.
Thanos measuring range.
Come on, Tegan, you're the crossbow master.
Tegan puts his staff on his back, goes down to his hip, takes out the crossbow, fires.
Spin
I
into
have
it.
no bolt. I have no
I
bolt.
have no
I gave
bolts.
him all
You're
the
out of bolts.
So gave him all to Thanos.
He fires. There's nothing in his crossbow.
No need to roll. I fire. There's no bolts. That's my turn.
So what you're telling
Ending
me is
turn.
after you used the purple and pink cackling lightning attack and everybody thought
And
you were
this
going to be
hasn't
this
done
crazy
anything.
badass.
I'm going to walk forward and grab Tegan on the shoulder, and I'm not going to say a single word, and I'm just going to shoot this poor owlbear.
All right, you see it running away. Your first strike is 22. The owlbear does have some cover because you're actually shooting through its friend, its fallen friend that is dead.
I have
Doesn't
charge.
matter.
Yep.
Doesn't matter here. Yeah, I know. I'm just stating. It's going to hit 25 total points of piercing necrotic damage. It lands. It's like in the middle of a run, and like just like slides against the sand, and it just doesn't get up. That is going to be the end of combat.
This
No, it was
didn't
just
feel
funny
good.
because you were like, doesn't matter. He's dead.
Doesn't matter.
Tegan's just like, this didn't feel good.
Thanos is going to start feeding bodies to Artemis.
Who is Artemis?
The
Bag of
bag
devouring.
of hunger.
Yeah, my bag of devouring, dude.
Hold your bag of devouring up, and you look it up. You see as you begin to put the bag on, and as you put the bag onto one of the creature's like slowly getting sucked into the bag and just beginning to disappear. The drums continue when the fanfare presents. You see as the portcullis to the south of the rampart opens up. The keel stands there at the edge of the portcullis, ushering you all back into the southern rampart.
Yeah, as I'm walking back, waving at the crowd, I'll stop, give them a bow. All the sportsmanship I can possibly imagine before this actually gets, super deadly.
What? That was super deadly. That was 3 T-Rexes and 8 fucking owlbears.
In what, 18 seconds they were all dead?
What, 5 turns?
No, it was 3. I think 3.5.
No, it wasn't 5 turns. It was 5. It was.
that was round 5.
That was round 5. You're right. Yeah,
Oh.
round 5. Mm-hmm.
So in
excuse me,
comparison,
30
we
seconds.
finished a lot faster than everybody else.
Yeah, so you did in 30 seconds. So it's very impressive. Okay, so as we accomplish this, we're gonna just transfer our maps over so I can kind of move and rework the previous scene here. The rain falling down and the cheers are coming through. As soon as you begin to come to the south of the rampart, you see Keel looks towards each of you, seeing for mortal wounds, none of which, and begins to usher you through the next portcullis to the holding chamber. And you're brought into a similar place as you have been before. The sounds of the crowd, as well as the blacksmith ringing out. Now it becomes apparent that some of the individuals here have actually stopped. Oh, not that one. It's not the blacksmith one I wanted. There's 2 of them. And I want that one. Some of them have needed repairs of their armor. Some of these groups, right? So before the next round, they're trying to get those patched up because they've been punctured, lacerated, pecked at, right, from these creatures. So they're getting them fixed. Others have been bandaged up, getting ready to go in hopes that they can fight anew. And you're kind of there. He'll sit you down at the actual table here and just begins to walk you through a little bit of what happens next. So you sit down, getting yourself drinks, ale if you need to, right? Whatever the lot. Begins to kind of move through and just simply states, that was very impressive. The tally was only about 30 seconds. You were able to vanquish all of those creatures in round 1. You are an arm and a leg ahead of the competition. I can't share where you are placed, but I can say that you are right something to be very proud of. Crowd also favors you quite heavily for the swings and the brutality of your fight, leaving very little to mercy. You'll also be comfortable, I suppose you'll be made more comfortable to know that the creatures that you faced all came from the same region in very similar locations.
Why would that comfort us?
Well, they're not domestic, so
Yes, they're not domestic creatures. Not
we're not
pets by
breeding
any
them to be
means.
murdered.
No, they're not breeded. No. They are fought and captured over time, and they're brought into the fold. Competitions are unique. You don't face the same creatures. This was the first time that I have seen that many been thrown at, but given how the groups are today and what faces us ahead, competition has become more fierce, and it would not surprise me if you face more deadly and formidable creatures.
In the coming rounds, are we talking about single creatures, or could there be multiple as well as the first round?
It is not commonplace to have multiple creatures, but given what I've just witnessed, I would not be surprised.
Appreciate your honesty.
Of course. I can now offer poultices since none of you are gravely wounded and I have supplies. I can heal 2 of you if you wish.
I think only 2 of us managed to get hit.
Yeah, it was
That
just
is
Tegan
what
and
I'm
I took damage.
referring to. My
Hmm.
check upon you, it seems like just the 2 of you here. If you don't mind, I can
think
help
if-
bandage you up.
We're gonna be, fuck it. Sure.
Yeah.
All right.
Out of character, I was gonna say if we're gonna take a short rest anyway, we might as well have him save his supplies
I
in
don't
case
think
we.
I don't think we have that long.
Oh, we don't?
You can't short rest, no.
Because the short rest
Oh,
is an
okay.
hour.
Yep. You can only short rest between the group and individual competition. So if one of you is going to fight individually, you could take a short rest. But there is not enough time to short rest between the rounds of combat for group. Especially now, right, that some of these are put in a place where they can't compete. One of the groups.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah. All right.
I think I'm
So,
gonna walk up to Thanos and hit him on the shoulder and be like, "Thank you for taking that bear out. He would have fucked me up."
I tried. Okay. Really, the reason he was next to you was your fault because you slowed him.
Oh yeah,
He was-
a
already
very
open
good debuff spell makes sense. Makes fun. I wouldn't use it.
By the way, the staff was about as useful as my crossbow when it comes to combat.
It's not
Oh.
built to be offensive, you dumbass.
I can just picture Varys' character cursing and just be like, "You fucking dumbass."
Give it
Watch
back.
your mouth, young man.
watch
back.
your mouth.
Language.
Give it back. If you don't need it, give it back to me.
Oh no, it helped with the first owlbear. That shield is very, very useful.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I'm mostly just busting your balls, bud. You're fine.
No, I'm.
Crossbow bolts are also
Completely
very,
kidding.
very useful.
Yeah, Thanos, do you have some crossbow bullets you can give our friend?
Oh, he already did. He did it well.
I did it while we were walking back inside.
I don't know if you noticed,
Quietly,
but we
like,
both
here.
started giggling at the same time.
That was. I just pulled him to the back of the group and pulled off my crossbow quiver and just handed it to him.
All right. So Keela is going to do 2 poultices. So it's 2d8 for their poultice. So 7 HP to one of you and 11 HP to the other.
Thanos, you can take the higher, I guess.
Huh? No,
It
I'm
was
not.
Lucar.
Hurt. It's Lucar.
Or no, Lucar.
Yeah, Lucar is the most. I mean, you can take both.
he
too.
got-
I mean,
He got hit
right.
pretty hard.
So you can also just have it so one of you sealed for both the poultices too.
How are you looking, Lucar?
I can top us up either way because I'm not going to be using.
Also,
Yeah, I mean, I've got my lay on hands too, so I'm at 35 out of 71.
Oh, then you should just take both, and I can make some good berries for Tegan over here.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So
Yeah, we should go back and top
What-
off either way.
What blows my mind is Mounter was chopping them down so fast he didn't get hit.
That's well, one of the
Um,
offensive strategies is to kill everything.
Oh,
before
here, let
they
me go ahead
touch
and
you.
cast good berry.
But yeah, I saw those
also,
little
okay.
owl bears lined up. I had to.
Those poor owlbears did not deserve what just happened to them.
I'm gonna walk up and hit Lucar with a 4th level Cure Wounds.
Jesus.
Damn. Giving him that touch.
That good touch.
Got Tegan touching me. I got what's the Dragonborn's name?
That's a
Yeah,
good
you-
roll too.
I think everyone's topped up now because
Got all these hands on
did
me.
I'm at. Are you giving me all 10 good berries?
Yeah, I don't need them.
That puts me at 61 out of 77.
How long we got? We got enough for him to eat all these good berries? I'm just gonna make a bunch of good berries. I'm not gonna use my spells on anything else. May as well give you some good berries. There. So I gave you 20 total.
Wow, Michael's like rising out of the ground.
I sat down in the chair and lowering the desk. This is nice. I gotta tell you. No more. Yeah, it's rough, dude. I run 2
very
games
convenient.
back to back on Saturdays. You know, it's,
Yeah, that's
it's
wild.
tough. It's tough.
Yeah.
So it's nice to stand up, and move around too, role play like LARP through. It's really awesome. So I'm not hitting into objects.
Nice to have that versatility.
I know it's really lovely. Can't be more thankful to my friend coming out for me. Wanted nothing in return. Not yet, anyways. Still have get to figure
The
it out.
favor will
yet.
come.
The favor
Yeah.
will come eventually.
I only used 1 spell in that fight.
So
GG.
good berries here. You can use good berries. It's going to be about 30 minutes or so till you all are up next. So you have about 30 minutes to get food, to get drinks, to cast your spells, revive healing. I'm going to let you all assign the healing as you wish to yourselves, right? So we have 29, and then whoever's getting good berries can eat and start attacking them.
Yeah, I mean, if my math is right, then if the
You
Dragonborn
got both
heals
poultices.
me for 7, and your Cure Wounds, that should get me to max.
Okay,
so
then
7
I'll just-
plus the cure wounds, you take the 11.
And then Tegan takes the 11 and the good berries, and he should be at max
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, okay, that works.
That's good.
Everybody should be full, yeah.
Sounds good.
And I think we got out of there pretty resource fine. I mean, I have most of my spell slots, and
Those
Yeah.
were the only 2 I've used. I don't really use my spells
I
unless
used
I'm trying to
1.
sneak up on stuff.
I used
used-
1 a charges out of my staff in the scroll. So I'm only down 1 3rd level spell.
I only have 2 Unleash Incarnations left, but other than that, I got everything.
Ferris, do you have Dimension Door prepared?
I do not.
Okay, so in the next round, I think we should stick together in case a surprise attack like that happens again, so I can get you out of harm's way. If
I do a
need be.
Misty Step prepared, so
But those T-Rexes seemed pretty fucking fast, so 30
Yeah.
feet might not get you out of harm's way.
I mean, you know, if something happens and I need to move, I can fly up into the air. So, like, I'll take a 1 attack of opportunity to get up out of the ground, off of the ground. And I'll just
You
hover.
2 should be able to just stand near me, and I can act as your shield.
Okay,
Alright.
yeah, we'll do that.
They all have
then.
similar range.
We'll use Thanos as our, like if things get close, he can take them out, and then we'll kind of support
That's
the
support.
2 in the front.
Gotcha.
That
How did
works.
you guys feel with the gift? How did that?
That was fucking awesome.
I mean,
I'll
it's-
take
Didn't miss
it
the entire
anytime,
fight.
Tegan.
Yeah.
Make sure you save one of those for when I need to use my gift, because it does do a good job of removing my downsides.
It's true.
How many do you have left?
I have 3 left right now. I probably shouldn't have burnt them on them, but
You
I
can.
was- they're kind of burning a hole in my pocket.
So we have 2 more rounds, right?
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah. I'll probably save them for
Keep
the
1
last
for
round.
round 3. at
Oh, he
least.
also has the drums. The drums have an active that you can use 1 action to gain a bardic inspiration.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
I didn't even know that.
You should really look at your items.
Tegan knew that because he's attuned to it.
Sure. Yeah, my grimoire gives me a bonus like that, but it's in a short rest, so I can't use it.
I mean, I might as well do it right now. There's no reason not to.
Yeah, just top yourself off.
Mm-hmm. Well, you can only use it once, so you'll get one. But yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you
that'll give you 2 to use in this round and 2 to use in the last round.
So you're, Luke, are you eyeing up Keel?
Yeah, obviously.
You say anything to him, or just staring at him?
Staring at his scaly lips.
It's like, that's a fine piece of Dragonborn ass right there.
What are you going to murder him? You're looking at him like he's a piece of meat, Lucar.
Not that kind of look.
I mean, it's
Just
all the
looking
same
at
to me.
Yeah, I was
I
gonna say.
mean, in some circles, yeah.
They're gonna hug faces.
This is part of Thanos' education.
Oh.
I saw those owlbears lined up, and I was like, I know a lightning bolt is overkill in this fight, but man, I can't pass it up.
I mean, it's time.
Fuck
You
it.
might as well take
Mhm.
advantage of it. It's efficient.
Yeah.
I'm ready to kill the next thing.
But it did probably save you from getting hit, because then you just chop them one by one.
And it saved an Unleash Incarnation because you could use the Great Weapon Fire.
Bonus action. I actually skipped one of those. I forgot the round before that.
The crit,
I did
yeah.
something, and I crit. Yeah.
God.
So probably would have saved a round, not having to waste time on that last one. But
Yeah. When I did look at the battlefield for a second, and I was like, it is just me and this owlbear right next to each other. I was so scared. I was like,
Don't worry, I'm
not
never
good.
gonna let you guys die. Again.
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 Again. No one's dying. Again. Not on my watch. No.
No.
Okay. No. Okay, so at this point, right, you're kind of just waiting around. You're getting your bearings, getting yourself bandaged up, doing your heals, doing your spells, and really just kind of moving through. The groups are kind of going through the same drums emanating, the fanfare, all of this stuff happens. But now there's just less groups coming back, and it's taking just a little more time between you coming into the foray. Some of these individuals wagons are being pulled down from the rampart. So they're actually opening that portcullis and that one rampart that goes in Cheapside towards the auction area that they have, and they're actually pulling wagons down, and they're pulling horses through this holding chamber to actually collect the bodies of the people that did not survive. Remember, the groups can be, it just has to be 2 or more. Some of these groups actually have like 8 party members, right? And so they're coming back, and you notice that their ligaments and other bits and pieces of them have been sizzled, but they've been like almost like have been hit by a large amount of fire, and things. Their armor pieces are melted. Half their bodies have been like chopped off, like lobbed off, like they're just gone. And so they're being thrown into the wagons. Others have succeeded. So it's just really thinning down. In total, at this point, there's roughly 8 groups. To go from a total of even like 16-ish groups, right, down to this. That's a pretty big drop. Given that, now time to come for all of you. In similar fashion, Keel begins to escort you at the same rampart that you went to round 1, and you were brought into it in a similar fashion. We're now going to activate our map. I'll have it paused for the first little bit here. Create our sound effects. You walk forward, the portcullis gate behind shuts, and you hear Keel slowly vocalize, "Good luck."
Oh god, yeah, you're gonna have to bring Tegan way over here
Oh yeah.
with this trackpad.
I can
Let me know
zoom
when-
out.
Let me know when you're in, Tegan.
I'm in, but okay.
I'll move you. I'll move you.
Let's
I'll
try
move you.
to line up to where we're like 150 feet away from the door.
I got you. I got
We'll
you.
be fine.
All right, we're
We're
good.
here.
Yeah, we're good.
Tegan, I moved you. Tegan, I said I was gonna move you.
Oh.
Oh shit!
I'm not fighting over control.
And we'll have a new character next week as
All right,
Tegan
don't move it. Don't move
ceases to exist.
it. There you go.
There you go.
All right, next to you. Okay, now move your tokens if you want.
Good.
I'm gonna get on this side, so Thanos is
Yeah.
in the middle.
Got it. So as soon as you come into positions, you notice that the drumming stops, and the voice of that which is at the balcony vocalizes large, and actually the hawk is emitting that voice as it kind of flies around. The crowd also goes silent at this point, so it's just like the soft falling rain. People of Alaith, you have before you the ill-fated who are in the lead to win this fine competition. May fortune forever be in their favor. Good luck. They set the hands. As they set themselves down, the bird retracts. Large gong
Was this bastard planning?
plays out. And then nothing. Crowd's slightly quiet with a slight murmur. You're just left with the rain softly falling down. Crowd murmurs in the distance. Portcullis, the rampart to the north, does not open. Nothing comes out.
Be on your guard. Not everything dangerous can be seen.
What are the chances to get one of those steam worms from up north?
Are you applying Passo Trace on everybody?
Yes.
Being attacked by a dirt bike.
Oh my god!
Does anyone see anything?
No.
I think we should probably spread out a little bit.
Just stay close. Spread out, but stay close. Yes.
Oh, the rules were you can't fly too high, right? Just like a head, like
Mhm.
You can fly out of the Coliseum.
You
Yeah.
have to stay in the fight, basically.
yeah.
Which I don't think is going to be an issue considering the size of this place.
I'm gonna try to stay by the squishies and keep you guys pass without a trace. The big boys can go run around and make noise.
All right, I need everyone to not move and everyone to please roll initiatives.
Hey, I didn't get an 8.
Hey, you rolled above a 10. I'm proud of you.
Oh no!
Well,
If I
found
was gonna
somebody
make-
that got your roll.
I rolled a 1.
Yeah, that's a.
Hey, Tegan up top again.
Better to get it on initiative.
I was-
Than, something more
We may
important.
as well just auto set ourselves in this order. It's like this is how it works every time.
I was way higher than this the first round.
Oh yeah, I guess you were.
I bet it was never that high.
Yeah, we swapped.
You took my initiative roll. Oh god.
You get your turn.
So I don't notice anything as initiative triggers.
Sure.
I'm just gonna say. Oh man, what do I do? All right, I think first of all, bonus action. I'm just gonna Maldor, be ready, and I'll go ahead and give him Bardic and activate the gift. And then I guess for right now, I'll go ahead and throw the staff on the back and take out the crossbow and just ready an attack action if I see anything.
Okay. Sure. Thanos, you're up.
Can I actively look for, specifically noting that last round there was random shit in the ground? If there's any disturbed earth that might give me a general direction in here, that they used a different portcullis.
You can try to roll perception for sight, but if you're going to attempt to shift through the sand, just note that your stealth at that point might be broken.
No, I'm just looking to see if there's like divots in the sand anywhere where they may have used a portcullis to say like, oh, it's on the south side or it's on the east side, whatever the hell.
Roll perception. 18. Noting the two, you can see that the sand right is slightly shallower in those two spaces, but beyond that, you can't see anything.
Okay. Then I will just hang out here.
Thor, you're up next.
All right, let's see. He's going to step a little bit further away from everybody. Bonus action, pop out a friend.
Porta buddy.
Porta buddy. He's going to just shout out, "Show yourself! Meet your fate!" And then he is going to cast Booming Blade.
Hold up. You're using it. Are you going to hold it?
No.
You're just going to literally just use a booming blade to swing
He's-
around?
He's going to cast Booming Blade on the axe and then just slam it into the ground, just trying to make as much noise as possible. Yeah, and he's just going to, just make a bunch of noise, and that'll end his turn.
All right, Lucar, you're next.
Okay. I am going to Shield of Faith myself. As I do, I'm going to kind of idly take a few steps.
Okay.
And then I'm going to just kind of look around and prepare to, dragon roar at anything that comes within range of me that I see.
Okay.
That'd be it.
Okay. So, Naldor, you're stepping the axe into the ground, creating a boom. This large auditory sound effect kind of emanates into the general vicinity and begins to shake and sift some of the sand and the earth from the ground. As you do that, it becomes apparent that something is to your top right in the actual sand. And before you can react, it begins to explode out of the sand. As it happens, it is a large lizard-like creature with many legs and appendages. Its tail whips back and forth with a draconic head. It begins to step upon itself with a torso raised high, towering over you about 15 feet. This is a huge creature that looks directly at you. And as it looks at you, its mouth begins to cackle with lightning. And it begins to cackle with lightning from the jowls. It fires off a breath. And
Can I
your
use a
direction.
reaction?
Yeah.
Yeah, I will absorb elements.
No
I
shit.
will absorb elements.
How dare you?
The
cast
elements will be absorbed.
Give me
Does
that.
my held action go off? Beautiful.
It didn't-
Holy
Yeah, it didn't
fuck,
problem.
that's a lot of dice.
So it wasn't fire, it was electricity.
At 20.
Let's go.
So we have a net 20 on the save. And then we have our absorb elements coming through with potential resistance of that damage. We're going to have twice and twice. All right. After twice and twice, you're going to take 21 points of lightning damage.
Jesus.
After
That's quarter
reducing
damage.
it twice? Holy
As the
shit.
lightning damage comes through and shocks, you raise your hand out, creating a spherical effect around you. The lightning kind of hits into you, braces around, and you're able to get out some more of it that continues to shoot and it continues to hold it, then it begins to pull itself back up. Tegan, you turn and you fire a crossbow.
Yep.
Okay. This is outside your range. Technically, this is a disadvantage for you.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, hold on, control. Fire away.
We only have 2. Lucar. I haven't enchanted my weapon yet.
Oh.
Oh,
No, if it went through.
I don't have it coming through. I think you lagged out on the roll. You can just roll a flat 2d20 for me. I know your modifiers. All right, so Dex +3 proficiency, so that's a +7 because I think you have proficiency in hand crossbows, and then
Yeah.
+1, so it's a +8 in total. We take the 9, add 8 to it. It's a total of 17. 17 is going to hit. Go ahead and roll.
Let's go.
Let's
First
go.
blood, baby.
Nice.
nice job.
Also, this creature is to punish us for our absorb elements. Just
God damn.
It's just 1d6 plus 3, right? Yeah.
Yeah, 1d6 +3, so you're going to do a total of 7
7.
points of damage to it.
Big
As you
number.
deal a little bit as it hits into some of its draconic scales and bounces off, your creature does something that's a little bit strange. It doesn't press forward, instead it picks itself back up and then dives down back into the ground, shifting through the sand. As it happens, you see the sand fall underneath it and does not appear to be in the same place as it was before, and it's unknown to you all of where it particularly went. The only person who knows where it's at with their passive perception is Thanos. Thanos, you can see that it's moved slightly north and slightly west. But just you. So I can ping the location to you if that's the case, but you are the only one with passive perception to pick up creatures when they submerge. Varys, you're up next.
Cool. I really like this.
Get some music, huh?
I'll go ahead. And haste Maldor. And I will kind of shift back a bit and in my turn.
So, this is not the creature's turn. This is their held action. So, Varys, as you step, there is something in the sand underneath your feet. As you step upon it, there is another one. As it pulls its head up in retaliation of being stepped on by you, Varys, with your pass without trace does not aid you in that it goes and wraps its tail. You go to attack, so the tail comes up behind it
I'll
and
shield.
wraps around. You're gonna shield?
Yep.
Okay. Oh my gosh, there's so many effects happening right now. Everything's so blocked out. I love it. I can't eat more. 22 is not gonna stop a 28. 28 hits you, and you're struck with 32 points of bludgeoning and slashing damage through your shield. You are also restrained by this creature.
I'll use the staff's feature to succeed for the day so that I won't be restrained.
There is no saving throw you have. You are automatically restrained.
Oh, well, what was the Constitution save for? Oh, I'm
That was
guessing
for
the-
haste.
For
Yep.
haste, yeah.
So the
Okay.
haste came through. You succeeded on that con. You don't need to use that. You don't need to tap into your staff. So this tail, as it comes around this green draconic thing, the tail whips behind it through the sand and then wraps around you and then kind of holds you up. Then it begins to pull itself up. As it begins to pull itself up, it is in the air and you're like in the air behind it in the back left. It looks towards all of you and snarls for a brief moment before it gets ready to attack with you still in its tail. it looks in the direction of what it can see. Thanos
Me and this thing are about to have fun.
looks at you, and as it looks at you, it turns its head as if it doesn't see you and looks at Tegan.
My bad, Tegan. I forgot I have like an almost 30 stuff with passing out a trace.
So it's going to step kind of slightly closer in space. If I get it to move. There it goes. Then, going to grab its mouth, channeling lightning from its mouth, begins to shoot it out at you, Tegan.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you don't have a reaction.
His reaction down.
I don't need one.
Oh yeah.
You
Oh,
I
that's
forgot.
right. He's immune. Yeah.
Tegan's reaction. Oh
I'm
yeah.
over here like, oh no, I already hurt my reaction. Doesn't need it.
So as the lightning breath begins to billow into the mouth of the creature and extends it out, shooting it at Tegan, Tegan begins to be covered in blue draconic scales, not from the armor, but actually from something else. Begins to form into a shield around them with these blue draconic scales and seems to conduit and conduct the electricity into the ground. They take no damage. There's no reason to save. The creature then continues to suspend you in air here. Again, that was their held action to do its constrict, and then its actual action on its turn is to breathe and move slightly. Tegan, you're up next.
Thank you, Tresgol.
We might be in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, this is tough. I'm not gonna be able to. I'm going to Bardic Inspiration Thanos. I want to say, Thanos, get the fuck out of there. Activate my gift.
Little.
So, if you didn't think you had an effects on you, Varys, you're going to get another effect. 2 effects, in fact. You're going to get a Bardic Inspiration effect and a Bless effect. It's all coming your way, baby.
No, he's blessing me.
I was blessing Thanos.
Yeah, it's not me.
Oh, really? Oh, that sucks. I'm so sorry.
Never mind, Varys.
Wait, aren't you level 10, Bard?
Woe is me.
No,
No, we're level 9.
Yeah, we're level
That's
9.
right.
It would have been
Imagine
really
Do math.
Imagine
helpful
if I
for
was
that
level 9
bless on
before
those
I
saving
rolled
throws. You might need to get out of a
Right.
restraint, huh?
Yeah, I don't know. I could use it. It also
Nah.
can end an effect with it, which restraining is an effect, but no. I'm kidding. It's fine. We'll see
How
this goes.
how high is he off the ground right now?
Just about 5 feet. I mean, it's not anything for fall damage worthy. Just raised by the tail a little bit.
What are you doing?
I'm gonna run up, touch him, and Dimension Door.
Okay. Where are you gonna go?
I'm going to go.
Just ping it.
Don't go too far.
Yeah, don't go far.
Do you mind if I just drag my token where I want to go?
Yeah, if you can. You're the one with the
Yeah.
trackpad, so just give me the benefit of the doubt. Damn trackpad.
I'm just gonna bring us here.
All right, Varys, you can move your token within 5 feet of their token, and I'll take out the restraint effect.
And I'll just expend the spell slot.
Oh
Okay,
god,
sounds good.
that fucking sucked.
So you run up as you touch, Screen Sphere begins to envelop, and you just warp out, and then you come out, and the Green Sphere then conducts back. The creature continues to kind of wrap its tail from left to right, snaps its eyes to both of you, very much aware.
You alright, bud?
I'm alive.
And that will be it.
All right, ending turn. Thanos, you're beast.
The moment I've been waiting for. All right. Yeah, we're gonna start shooting. And then I
All right,
started.
your first bolt does have advantage because it doesn't detect you. Pass out trace.
It says I don't have ammunition.
Did you swap it?
I did not.
All right, let me take
It
a look.
doesn't
at
even
this.
have the ammunition
Like-
property checked.
Yeah, because it shouldn't need ammunition.
Did you giving me crossbow bolts break your sheet?
Like reset it somehow.
Yeah.
Maybe if I turn it, I was gonna say turn it on and then turn it back off. Let's see. No, it says that it is designated to use ammunition.
Okay. Give me 1 second.
It is crazy to think that it's basically a melee weapon with 120-foot range.
Mm-hmm. And multiple damage types.
And magical.
And magical.
All right, I loaded it with just crossbow bolts. So
Okay.
let's see if it fixes it. What if it has to do with the bargain inspiration?
Oh, could be.
Because it's routing you through a different effect, and then it prompts because it reads crossbow and wants to have
Mhm.
ammunition from it, so it ignores properties of the weapon. 18 is going to hit with your first strike. You can crit fish if you really want to. Just roll flat d20 for me. That's your choice.
Yeah.
Crit
That's unlucky.
fish! Almost.
Oh,
Whoa! All right,
Almost.
23 piercing and necrotic damage as you fire the bolt. The creature then recognizes as it rotates itself, looking down upon you.
All right, I'm gonna shoot it again.
Firing off another.
We'll use the bardic on this one.
That is going to be 21. That is going to connect. That deals 24 points of piercing and necrotic.
All right, bonus action. There's the crit.
Nice.
20! 44 points of piercing and necrotic damage. Multiple arrows into its chest and its neck region.
That is wild.
We have Dread Ambusher.
All right, so one more attack.
All right. That is an 8, which is going to miss. No d8 to tack on. In addition, your Bless effect has ended because you expended the Bardic
Bardic
Inspiration.
inspiration. Yep. I don't like this thing being in front of me, so I'm actually going to use my gift and take the level of exhaustion for an extra turn.
Okay. So you're activating your gift to get exhaustion, getting another round here, or a turn, I should say. So you can just slow down time around you as the purple and pink hackling lightning begins to fill around. What do we do?
Just gonna keep
More
shooting.
shots.
More shots.
And then I
You
started
are-
blasting
warp
again.
time around you. You fire off another shot. 17 hits, 27 points of damage.
I cannot afford to be hit with lightning breath, so this thing just needs to die.
19 hits. That is 24 points of damage.
Jesus Christ. Bonus action. Please just die.
19 hits. And that is 24 points of damage. Creature's still alive.
Do I get Dreaded Ambusher on this one too? Is it the same turn?
Thorough.
He's going for it.
15 does not land.
Son of a...
Swarping on time, trying to get the crossbow adjusted, firing rapid fire before it ends. It quickens pace, and you miss time to bolt fire, and it zips past. You still have movement left.
No, I'm not giving an attack of opportunity. I'm just going to stand here.
Choosing not to take attack of opportunity, you end your turn. Thanos rapid fires as time is distorted. They suffer with 1 exhaustion level for their efforts. Aldor, your turn.
Yeah, well, there's only one I can see, so we're gonna go attack that one.
Okay.
Oh yeah, you guys can't see the other one.
See this
Can you
one.
make it to him?
Or if we- Yeah,
He's
nice.
got-
Yeah,
Haste.
he's
Hasted.
So is this a
Close you
flank?
got.
Because he's using a crossbow, but he's also in melee range.
So not a flank because they're using a ranged weapon. You need a melee
Right.
weapon to initiate the flank.
That's what I thought.
You're with me.
So okay.
We need a bayonet for that crossbow.
I should just
A
start using
bayonet.
my short sword every once in a while.
26 hits. All right. I need you to roll 2d6 for me, please.
Technically, that also had
Lightning on it.
yeah, it was like 5 lightning. But
This
it's probably
creature is not
muted.
good. Yeah,
Yeah,
this
so
creature's
I
not
assume
good.
it does nothing. But
Yeah.
all right, 2d6.
Dragon slaying property is going to come out, so 2d6 of this weapon.
Nice.
So that is a total of 38 points of damage. Upon that, you come sliding across the sand, looking at the creature with multiple different points of punctures within its chest, slicing into its tail, then up its back. The creature is dead.
Where did the other one go?
I'm gonna point in the general direction.
Shut the fuck up.
Where are you pointing?
Well, I can see it, so I'm just like generally pointing at the lump of sand.
He's just gonna take his last 5 feet to step back that way.
It's so on
Um,
brand for Thanos to be kind of helpful.
just generally
So those we're
helpful,
gonna
not
get,
full helpful, just generally helpful.
That'll end us.
Kind of.
All right. On the end of turn, this is when we're going to go ahead and slow things down. Lucar, you're going to be the last turn in the order. We take our lead of this session.
Okay, so then it's gonna be super exciting because
There's nothing to attack.
it's not much to do. It's the Bane of Barathun tingling in my hand, knowing it's about to be fed. I'm just gonna take a dodge action. Keep looking around, trying to feel the ground.
So those are two different things. So if you're going to perceive, that's going to be an action to do so.
I'm just gonna dodge, like if something pops up at me.
Okay.
That's
So I was going to say, if you could take an action to perceive and then see if you can see the creature in the sand moving, right?
Nah.
Or you're okay. Take the dodge as the action. Okay.
yeah. Yep, that's
Alright.
it.
That's it. All right. So, ending your turn before we get to the creature's turn, we're going to go ahead and close out our session today. No experience points will be awarded because we are still in combat. You all are in round 2 of the group competition of the Colosseum, and we are only in round 2 of the combat, and you have slain already one of the creatures, but you had to pay for it. Thanos is now exhausted. In addition, Maldor, you took a heap of lightning damage. You had to expend absorb elements. We know you love your absorb elements.
That's my favorite spell.
We will see what the combat in round 2 of this group competition has in store for us next session. Okay. If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. We really appreciate it. Hopefully you enjoyed the combat here. Definitely seems like everything's running okay. It's a little laggy for me, but I don't know if you all are. Is there lag going on for some of this stuff?
I
Not
see
mine's
it lag
purple.
when you try to move them.
Oh
Hmm.
yeah, that too.
I
Mhm.
haven't had
But that's
too
about
much
it.
lag.
That's about it. Okay.
Yeah.
Just moving. Okay. You haven't noticed anything? Okay. I know I run 2 instances of the game at a time, and now there's like multiple effects layered on. So I'm getting more taxed on my own, but I'm on like maximum settings too, like graphical. So I'm pretty sure if I lower it down, it'll be fine. So cool. All right. Well, in that case, if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. And then hopefully you join us next week for the Ill-Fated. So, thanks so much. And we'll see you.
Yeah.
Bye.